to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the lady in red is Monica. She's one of our staff members, and she's working with Susan, our city clerk, this evening. Welcome her to join us. This time, we'll move on to public comment, matters not on the agenda. If you have an opportunity to speak, please fill out the orange form that's located in the back of the room and present it to our city clerk. We do have 2 requests to speak, and we'll go ahead with the first one from Mr. Joe Dolans. Joe, if you please, again, give us your address for the record.
For the record, my name is Joe Dolans. My address is P.O. Box 5113, La Quinta, California, 92248. Is this working? Can you hear me clearly? Yes. You can? Okay, I wasn't sure if it was working very well the last time I was here. For the sake of expedience, I'm going to forego some of the pleasantries that you're typically used to hearing, and I think I have some house cleaning topics that need to be discussed. The first thing, the meeting start time. The meeting start time here is listed as 4:00 p.m. I've been to 2 city council meetings, and you've been late to both of them. You're 0 for 2. From this point forward, I expect everybody to be in their seat, ready to conduct business for this city council meeting at 4:00. Now, you have got better. This time you're only 5 minutes late. The last time I was here, you were 15. Okay? Now, if anybody doesn't understand that, or I'm unclear, or my message is convoluted or ambiguous, please raise your hand.
Mr. Dolans, if I may.
Yes.
As mayor of the city of La Quinta.
Yes.
We do call this meeting to order at 3 p.m. and depending on our closed session items, we conduct that business prior to the public session portion.
Sure.
And we do everything in our power to be timely. We have
Okay.
other business that we need to attend to, which we will continue after this portion is adjourned.
Right. So you
And
could
I
have stopped 5 minutes earlier and been here on time. These people that are here, the citizens of this community, were here on time.
And I thank you for that. Go ahead and continue.
The second one is, I find it awfully disturbing that there's not very many people here in this room today. And I'd like to ask the audience, how many of you
Madam
are...
Mayor? You're addressing me and the
No, I'm
council.
not addressing you. I'm addressing this whole council. Okay?
Sir,
I
you're
would like-
addressing the mayor. You're addressing the mayor. That is the purpose of public comment under California law.
Under California law.
Yes.
Really? Okay, fair enough. I don't believe that 4:00 in the afternoon is an appropriate time to hold this meeting because, well, frankly, most people that would be here are still at work and they cannot take the time off because they're working so that they can keep food on the table. I think a more appropriate time would be 6 p.m. And I'd like to see that happen. 3 meetings from now. You can have the next 2 meetings at 4:00, but the 3rd meeting from now should be at 6. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. And actually, it's not a request. Now, if I've been unclear or ambiguous or convoluted in my message, please raise your hand. Good. Moving along. The last meeting that we had here, Mayor, I had kind of put you on the spot a little bit, and it wasn't my intent. I was just trying to figure out who was in close contact with law enforcement. And you kind of did a little bit of a shuffle because I think I kind of threw you off balance a little bit, and really that wasn't my intent. My intent was to find out who that person was. And after a little bit more research, I realized that it's the city manager here. And I just have to wonder why, because you handle the contracts with law enforcement, do you not? And the fire department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why did you not speak up when I was asking the mayor what her level of involvement was with the law enforcement? Why didn't you step up to her behalf? You sat there quietly and let your teammate hang. And she kind of shuffled and really didn't know what to say. And you could have said, hey, Joe, that's me. You can call me Joe, because I'm just an ordinary citizen. The tickets that my son received, that I came here initially for on April 7th, turned out to be 2 tickets. One was from the city of La Quinta for $100, and the other was from the Riverside County, the county of Riverside, for $285, totaling $385, because somebody didn't wear their helmet. So first of all, I want to know that in your contract that you have with law enforcement, did you give them that ability to do that? To double fine someone? That was a question.
I understand that was a question, sir, and I am not going to answer the question because we're taking public input. I will get the details on it and get back to you.
Okay, I will give you some input then, since I'm speaking for, I'm just one voice of the many. I think you either didn't know about it, okay, and let me take a step back. There's 2 scenarios here. You either didn't know about it, which something to that degree, I think you really should have. And I don't think you're an incompetent person. I don't think that at all. Because somebody that's got a compensation package just shy of 300 grand a year, I don't think they would miss something like that. I think they were going to be very thorough and understand that. So I think you did know about it. And to be perfectly honest with you, I think that that's just a little bit out of line. I really do. And I think maybe that clause in the contract should be reviewed.
Anything else, Mr. Dolan?
Yes.
Just 30 more seconds,
Yes.
please, so we give others an opportunity to
Yes.
speak.
Well, if I
Thank you.
need 3 more minutes, I think I'm entitled to them due to the gravity of this situation. I want to
Sir,
ask
you
you
are not
people
entitled to
something.
3 more minutes.
I want to ask you people something. Please, I have the floor right now. I'd like to ask you people something. Who do you think you are? You people have been elected to speak and to represent these people here, the voice of the public. And ever since I have come, and I'm ashamed to say, this is only the 2nd meeting that I've been to, the 2nd City Hall meeting that I've been to, and I can assure you that I will be at many more. Because this is out of control. When you have to pay $385 for a helmet because somebody was skateboarding in a park, that's ridiculous. And the sign on the park says the first offense is 50, the second is 100, the third is 200. But I paid $385. Actually, my son paid $385. And you know why he did that? Because he was afraid. Hold on a second. Because he was afraid to step up and stand up and say, wait a minute, this isn't right. Me, I would have exercised my 7th Amendment. And I'm sure you know what that is, City Attorney. Don't you? You know what that is, right?
Is anything else? We'd like to give others an opportunity.
Yes. There is a couple
Please
more
briefly,
things.
so
It
that-
will be brief. It will be brief.
Thank you.
I want you to understand something. That if you're going to take these seats and you are going to represent the voice of the people, you need to do that. You are not kings. You're nobody noble. You're just like me. And you're just like everybody else here in this room. It's just that we've given you, it's an honor to sit where you're sitting. And it's a shame to see what's happened here. It really is. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Okay, next is Mr. John Wadlin.
Some notes on the phone, so I'm gonna be looking at my phone.
Right, if you could provide your address for the record, please.
44715 Via Catalina.
Thank
Quinta.
you.
All right. Recently, I received a $100 ticket for riding my bicycle in my local skate park. This is the second time I've been in the city of La Quinta for like a skate park related issue. A little bit about me, just so you guys know like who you're talking to. I've been riding my bicycle for 5.5 years now at that skate park, and that was the first skate park I've ever been to. I'm a 4.0 student and an Eagle Scout, and my favorite passion is just riding my bike. You know, that's what I like to do. The city of La Quinta does not allow bicycles to be ridden in their skate parks, and I think it's kind of a shame that the city has spent so much money on designing and building a skate park but not allowing the bikes to ride it. BMX is a lot more popular than it used to be, and we kind of need to change. Recently, the city of Austin flooded. I don't know if you guys heard about it. It was like a really big flood. And the city of Austin decided to clean out their city's skate parks, clean out all the mud, shoveling mud day after day, just so that the skaters and the bike riders could ride their skate park. And I believe this progressive city takes account of all of its citizens, and it should be a role model for other cities. They're a great city. Me personally, I'm always safe when I ride my bike. I always wear my helmet. I always wear the pads that I need to when I'm asked to wear the pads. And I just like to be safe. There's no point not being safe. When the officer handed me the ticket, he rode his motorcycle through the park, like through the grass, within 30 feet of the playground without his sirens or lights on. And being within the playground, he could have seriously injured a child that was, running in the grass at that moment. I think I forgot to notice how there's a lot of other skate parks in the valley that allow bikes to ride their skate parks. It's Desert Hot Springs, Palm Desert, Yucca Valley, Indio. So why don't we? There's all these other parks, that let us ride. And unlike the past, this event of us getting a ticket happened without warning. Usually, officers would go up and they would warn us about it, and be like, "Hey, you guys should not ride the park. Soon we're gonna start giving out tickets." But this officer rode through the park and just handed us a ticket. Didn't warn us at all, unlike the past. And also, unlike the past, there have been officers that walk into the skate park to watch us ride. No issues whatsoever. Like they sit there and watch us ride our bikes with their helmets. By emptying out the bike riders from the skate park, you kind of defeat the purpose of providing a safe place for the kids to ride. There are generally more bike riders and skateboarders at the Quinta skate park at any given time. And by prohibiting bicycles, which are the norm, fails to support the will of the majority. Everyone likes to ride bikes; it's the new thing. Skateboarding isn't really as popular. So, in America, our government exists to help serve the people, and I believe that this code that we have in the city of La Quinta is not serving anyone. It's not helping me, not helping you. And when I was a Eagle Scout, I learned that one person can change a community. So I invite you to change our laws to better support the young people of La Quinta. And I'm 15 years old, and how do you suggest I pay for this ticket? And also, am I going to get a courtesy notice from the city of Riverside, or the county of Riverside? I'm only 15. It's gonna be kind of hard to pay for without a job or anything like that. So, and what's the next step moving forward to change the code to get my bike in the skate park? That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John.
God bless.
I can direct you to our customer service center. Will take your payment for your citation at any time, and we will talk with staff about possibility of adding bikes somewhere down the line.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
If I can, Madam Mayor, John, just to let you know, we are looking at a BMX park.
Okay, perfect.
For bicycles
I
as
really
skates and
appreciate
skaters.
it. I appreciate
So we're
it.
making those changes. Thanks.
So
Thanks,
much.
John.
All right, and we've got Eric Wadlin. Same address for the record as
Same
John?
address. That's my son.
Yes.
I'm very proud of him.
Should be.
As you probably can imagine.
Yes.
A 15-year-old to do that, he has the guts to do it. My name is Eric Wadlin. I've lived in La Quinta for 12 years, paid taxes here for 12 years. Kind of want to just get back to kind of maybe all of you think back to when you were a young kid or a young lady or a young girl, when you were 12 years old, 11 years old, 15 years old. You had a dream, right? And your dream was to play basketball, play soccer. I'm sure John's was to be the center for the Lakers, whatever. Everybody has a dream and they want to do it. Well, I have a son who started riding bikes 6 years ago, and that's his dream. He loves riding BMX. He's very humble in what he's saying because he practiced every day. At La Quinta Park, he loves La Quinta Park. He'll take broom down there and clean the park. He'll clean the bowl. He'll get his friends to help him clean out the skate park. He always wears his helmet. He's got other kids to wear his helmet. He's a very good role model for this city and for the skate park. As John said, he was an Eagle Scout. He was an Eagle Scout at age 13. Pretty good role model for the city, huh? The person that spoke at his Eagle Scout was Rob Bernheimer, former mayor of Indian Wells. The nice 9/11 statue we have out front here that commemorates the memorial, that has a piece of the World Trade Center, that was his troop. That was John. So, he's always wanted to do this. He had this dream, and he's become so good practicing at La Quinta. He's actually semi-pro now. He's being sponsored by BMX. He has a Cult Bicycles recognize him and give him bikes because he practices and he loved riding his bike. For the bad part was, though, he kept getting harassed by the police. Not all the time, not every police, but I remember when he was 11 years old and he got lined up in a lineup by the police at the skate park. 11 years old. And they told him, well, you're a drug dealer. No, I'm not. Well, how old are you? I'm 11. They said, no, you're not. And he had to give him his school ID from his middle school. I said, we don't believe you. He said, you're a drug dealer. You're a drug addict. You do drugs. This is what they're telling him. That you're a thief. Come on, why are the police telling an 11-year-old boy that? He's just living out his dream. I think it's very sad. Now, recently, John was given a $100 ticket. Obviously, John wasn't given a $100 ticket. I was given a $100 ticket. I was 15 years old. I doesn't have a job. So who's going to pay the ticket? I'm going to pay the ticket. I really think that the ordinance the city ordinance is archaic and old. BMX is a big sport now. It's a big part of the world. You can go to college now on a BMX sponsorship, on a scholarship for BMX. The X Games is built around BMX. I think that we, as a city, really need to look at changing that ordinance and letting BMX ride there now. Not wait for a BMX park to come, because I know that is on the agenda. But why not have them ride now? What is the difference? What would it hurt? I don't see how it could hurt anything or do anything. So I'm going to strongly urge for you guys to do that, because you don't want to squash kids' dreams. What if they squashed LeBron's dream? You want to play basketball, they wouldn't let him play basketball at the park. Or Peyton Manning, no, you can't play football at the park. What's the difference? He just wants to ride his bike at the park. And again, I'm going to strongly urge the mayor to change the ordinance as soon as you possibly can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric.
Appreciate that.
Eric, to do that, we have to agendize it.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's what I need to do?
No. Well, we need to do it, but it has to be.
Because I'm going to be on it now.
Yeah, it has to be on
All
the
right, let's get it on the agenda.
All right.
Okay, with no other requests to speak, we'll move on to confirmation of agenda. Any changes by council, staff?
We have none.
I do. I'd like to pull 14.
Well, number 14 off
On
consent
consent
calendar,
calendar
make a
and-
business session item number 2.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, with that, we have no announcements, presentations, or written communications, so we'll move forward with the consent calendar.
If I can, Madam Mayor, regarding item number 13 on the consent calendar, we can have a separate vote on that item.
And the reason being?
I will need to abstain from that item as NAI Consultants is a client of my firm.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion.
I will move to approve consent calendar as amended.
Second.
There's a motion second, please vote. Well, that was a motion passes unanimously. Thank you, sorry.
Mayor, I'll move approval
Thank you.
of item number 13.
Second.
There's a motion second for item number 13, please vote. Motion passes 4 in favor, and Councilmember Osborne abstains. Thank you. Move on to our business session. We have 2 items. The first are interviews and appointments of residents to various boards and commissions. So we do this once a year. We have a variety of boards and commissions that serve in conjunction with city staff and city council members as a means of providing input, consult, feedback, and help promote the directives and goals and objectives of La Quinta in making it the gem of the desert through various activities, building and development, etc. And I want to say thank you initially to everybody who has submitted applications. We did change the process earlier this year so that applications can be submitted anytime during the year for any type of commission. We do the appointments on an annual basis, but we had made a change to include alternates to the commissions so that if vacancies did arise mid-year, we had the opportunity of having that alternate step up into that role. So with that, our process will be as such. The city clerk will draw the commission to start with, and we will take those applicants in the order, no specific order, correct?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. We'll take the ALRB first,
Okay.
followed by the Planning Commission. Then we'll take the Community Services Commission, the Investment Advisory Board, and the, what's left? Historic Preservation Commission.
And do we need to vote on Doug Hassett? Is he going to be interviewed? So I mean, the other ones have only one person also.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, we received an application for the Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control Board. It's a recent vacancy, so it's not listed in your packet, but we did just hand out that application. Doug Hassett has applied for that position. We intended originally to bring that back to you with whatever applications we got at a July meeting. However, if you'd like to fill that post tonight, that's your pleasure. The Mosquito and Vector Control Board is an outside agency. Right now, you don't have a policy on whether a resident can be on both an internal board or commission as well as an external, so you might want to address that. So anyway, Mr. Hassett has an application in for the Community Services Commission and the Mosquito and Vector Control Board. So.
Well, I'm in favor, since we again did have the opportunity of allowing applications to come year-round. Would it be, based on our direction, we're able to take this under consideration as far as an interview and a potential appointment?
Actually, if I may, Madam Mayor, there may potentially be an incompatible offices issue if one person were to be on an outside agency as well as on one of the commissions here. We'd have to look at that, but that is an issue just to be aware of.
So right now, I believe Mr. Hassett serves as our Building Appeals Commissioner. It's a single-person commission.
Mm-hmm.
No, it isn't, Madam Mayor. The Construction Appeals Board, I think we have 3 to 5 people on that board. It's a board that it's been in existence 10, 15, 20 years. I think it's met once. Mr. Hassett would have to give that up should he be appointed to the Community Services Commission, because you do have a policy where a resident can only serve on one city board or commission. And he's prepared to do that.
Okay. So is it possible then that he continues on that commission and is considered for the Vector Control District, since that is an outside?
It sounds like the city attorney may have to look into that.
There may be, if there were to be an incompatible offices issue, it would be because the jurisdiction of the 2 bodies, one a city body, the other a separate governmental agency, may have overlapping jurisdiction on an item. And it sounds to me like they probably wouldn't, because the vector control district is dealing mostly with pest control.
Correct.
So I just wanted the council to be aware of that issue. I can certainly look into it if there is concern, but I tend to think, based on the different subject matters of the two entities, there's probably not an incompatible offices issue.
So we have the authority to appoint the vector control position tonight as applied for, correct?
Yes, that
Okay.
sounds correct.
So I would say we address that and determine if that's a viable option for us, and then we will put you to task, Bill, in determining at that point if we're able to.
If an issue comes up, I'll
Correct.
report back. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. All right, so at this point in time, you have another question?
No,
Christie?
do you want a motion?
Not-
He has to be interviewed?
Not on that yet. We're going to go in this order.
Okay.
Okay.
But is he going to be last then? Because he's not on this order?
Yes. Yes. We'll start as she drew the committees.
Yes, we'll do that board last. So the first is the Architectural and Landscaping Review Board. We have one applicant. The open seat is the alternate seat. So if James Kroll could come to the podium.
Mr. Kroll,
That's not Mr. Call.
if you would like to come to the podium, you have your hand up, sir. Come on up.
I'm not Mr. Kroll.
I know you're not.
But I'll walk right up here.
Mr. Prince.
I just want to mention that I was thinking about applying for the Vector Control District. As a matter of fact, I'm planning to go to the meeting tonight, so I have a chance to actually see what they do. According to the information I received by email, the date for applying is up to the 2nd of July, and then the vote would be later in a meeting in July. At least that's what I'm based my actions on. Otherwise, I would have turned in an application earlier. So I'd like to have that in consideration, that if you did send out this notice and it gave a particular deadline, that they really perhaps should follow that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Kroll is not here.
Okay, we'll move to the next group. The next is the Planning Commission. There's one open seat. It's the alternate seat. And the first person up is Javier Lopez. Is Mr. Lopez here? Okay. The next applicant is Andrea Spiritos.
And since we have your application on hand, hello, Andrea, come up to the podium.
Hello.
Feel free to take a couple of minutes and share your interest and request for being on the Planning Commission. We clearly know the qualifications and the service that you've provided, and I'll open the floor to the council members to ask any questions they might have prior to taking a vote.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members. This is, I believe, my 5th time to apply for Planning Commission. It has long been a dream of mine. I have attended many Planning Commission meetings, although not recently because it's been difficult to be at City Hall so many times during the week. And since I have to sometimes take time off work to go to the Investment Advisory Board, which I'm pleased to be able to do, and it's been my honor, I cannot attend both of those as well as City Council meetings. I'm on my last of my term for Investment Advisory Board. I will be termed out at the end of this fiscal period, my 3-year period. I have been involved with Planning Commission meetings and planning commissioners from all 9 cities. When I was running the tour of Palm Springs, I've had an opportunity to work with our Planning Commission and the staff when I built a wall around my home. I worked well with the staff. I know many of the commissioners. And I think that the city of La Quinta has done a wonderful job in looking at not only the growth of the community, but also the aesthetic pleasing to the eye, keeping track of water conservation and with an artistic view too. So that's my main reason for wanting to be a planning commissioner.
And I do want to thank you, Andrea, for your service on community services and investment advisory, and your have
Cultural
continuously
arts.
been cultural arts, been involved with the city and attend multiple events. So definitely a positive addition to our community, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Questions for Andrea?
Just again, thank you for, all the time you have given the city of La Quinta, and really appreciate it. And I don't have any questions.
It's always been my pleasure.
Thank you, Annie.
Any, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, again, thank you for all you do, and I'm glad that you applied for this position.
Thank you.
I do have one question.
Yes.
Given the recent development projects that have gone through Planning Commission and up through City Council, specifically the Beezer Home development or any of the recent developments, would you say that based on your evaluation or opinion, would you have made those similar decisions? Did you have any perspective on the developments that were recently approved?
Well,
changes that you would have made?
Because my husband was disabled and in a wheelchair, one of the developments concerned me about the width of the sidewalks in between the buildings. That since has been rectified, but because of that sensibility to those people who are differently enabled, I always keep an eye on that. So I'm glad to see that the modifications have been made in the planning.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Madam Mayor, we now have 3 commissions that have only one applicant. So I just want the council to keep in mind that if you would like the deadline extended, we can bring these back to another meeting in hopes of getting additional applicants. For some, we have more than one position, so we won't even be able to fill the positions we have. So, Madam Mayor, at your discretion, do you want to go ahead and do the votes tonight on all of these?
I would like to, with the exception of the vector control, given that the additional information of additional applicant has been presented to us, and that the recent application coincided with today's deadline, recent deadline. For the individuals who have applied and submitted the information well in advance, I think it's only fair and respectful for us to hear from them and make those decisions. And if there's a need for some reason of them not being selected as a majority, we would need to go back and request additional applications.
Okay, thank you. So if the council would use their ballots that are in their packet and mark the Planning Commission will select those.
Am I to stay here?
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank
IAB this is our next upcoming is the last meeting, so it'll transition, right? So ALRB will be one that will seek for stuff to come back.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 5-0 for Andrea Spiritos to fill the vacancy.
With that, I need a motion to accept.
With that, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept Andrea Spiritos.
Second?
There's a motion and a second for Andrew Spiritos for the alternate position of the Planning Commission. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Welcome aboard to the Planning Commission. Thank you for your IAB service and then some. Thank you very much for continued interest in La Quinta.
Okay, Madam Mayor, the next group is the Community Services Commission. So I will call up the first applicant, Kathleen Boylan. Oh, we're batting 0 here. Okay. Another applicant, Felice Chiapparini.
It's Felice Chiapparini.
Thank you.
Called him Felice once. I was corrected.
How did I know that was going to be wrong? Anyway, thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thank you. You've got my information there. Basically, I've lived in La Quinta now 11-plus years, and one of the things that attracted me here initially was the quality of life. And the quality of life continues to be the thing that keeps me in La Quinta. We enjoy an excellent quality of life. And we have first-class recreation facilities and programs. And what attracted me to the Community Service Commission was just that, to be able to be part of that, to have a voice on that, on future issues as well, and to see how our needs are changing and morphing. I think we had an example of that here earlier. I had the pleasure of attending the last meeting of the commission, and one of the topics discussed was the brand-new park. That would be a combination skateboard and BMX park. So it's nice to see that the city is taking the needs of its citizens into consideration and changing. Other issues, for example, more tennis courts and more pickleball courts, which is a very growing sport in the area as well. The other area that I feel very strongly is I work for the Braille Institute. I am on the Inland Empire's Disability Collaborative and also on the Coachella Valley Disabilities Collaborative. I work with Judy May, and making recreation and community programs accessible to all the citizens is very, very important and very close to my heart. So I would keep that always with me on the commission as well.
Thank you, Felice. Questions for Felice? Mayor Pro Tem?
Hi.
You work full-time for Braille?
Yes.
Okay. Is that going to interfere with your, if you were going to the Community Services Commission, would that interfere with that at all?
No, actually, the meetings are at 5 o'clock, and I'm off work usually by 3.
Okay. And so any activities that you'd need to attend, you'd also be free to do?
Absolutely, and I don't work weekends.
Okay. Thank you for all you've done already.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reddy?
Yeah, if I may. Obviously, you have seen much talk about the civil link going on these days, right? And we pride ourselves to be an active community. How do you see this being connected, if it was to happen and be built, connected with La Quinta? How does you see, from an event point of view, from a involvement of the citizens, how do you see the two combining between the Community Service Commission and that particular structure?
That's a great point. That's a very good point, because I have more questions than I do answers at this point in terms of how it would affect the city and impact it in a positive way. It's planned for the north end of the city, which is really not where most of our attractions are. So my main concern would be, if it is implemented, making it accessible to the rest of the city, and through the planning, through this commission, the planning of that, making accessible routes on Washington, on Adams, for example. Adams, there's a bike lane that goes only as far as 111, does not go north of there. So there are all of these concerns with that project. Initially, I was very excited about the project. There are still some issues. I understand now Golden Voice is stepping in and may pick up the tab for maintenance, which would be wonderful. Take that burden off of the cities and off of us as taxpayers. So I'm very interested to see how this would progress in the future.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Pena?
Yes. I think you alluded to a couple of recreational needs that we need to maybe add, but tennis and pickleball. What other kind of community services do you think we are lacking and need to add?
Well, I know with the new recreation center that we have here, that's brought a lot of new activities. Changing that over from the senior center now to the recreation center.
Wellness center.
The what?
The wellness center.
Wellness center, I'm sorry. I have that written down here. Well, I call it the recreation center. Yeah. But anyway, I mean, that's brought a lot more activities. friends and neighbors that I know who used to go out of town for recreational activities, for boot camp activities, et cetera, are now using the facilities here. So I think by polling the population to see what they really want, getting their input on it. You know, unfortunately, a lot of us live behind the gates, and a lot of those people don't venture out. And I think we need to encourage those people to take full advantage of what the city has to offer and hear what they want from the city in terms of recreation, in terms of community programs and services.
Councilmember Osborne?
Thank you. In regards to your service with the Braille Institute, have you guys brought those folks out here for events here in La Quinta for the Braille Institute?
We have indeed. We've brought them out here. We also participate in the Humana Health Fair. We've participated for the past 3 years in that event. Braille has also worked with the Senior Center in the past. We've brought our services there. We've participated in their health fairs as well. I would like to see us do more. The Disabilities Collaborative and Judy May's program, they have their Disabilities Sports Festival every year, and it's normally held in Palm Desert at the Civic Center Park there. I don't see any reason why we couldn't encourage them to do that here as well.
That'd be great. All right. Thank you, Bruce.
So you did mention earlier that you did attend a Community Services Commission?
Yes, I attended last month. I also met with Edie Hilton, and she shared information on the marketing plan and the goals for this current and upcoming year as well.
Which is under review this evening. Yes, thank you. Okay, no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your application.
The next applicant is Doug Hassett.
Excuse me while I get on my second set of eyes here.
Okay. So if I may, Doug, prior to getting started, we've got you as an applicant for community services and as well as the mosquito vector control.
Correct.
You would need to choose one or the other. Obviously, the vector control will be postponed for 2 weeks so that we have opportunity to select applications from other interested parties as well.
Correct.
Are you making a decision that this would be the commission that you want to seek?
I wanted your direction on that, Madam Mayor. I think what I'll do is I'll wait for 2 weeks for the Vector Control Board decision. I was prepared to speak if I needed to at this time, and if it would be helpful, I will speak to the Community Services Commission as well, but really my first choice would be the Vector Control Board.
Okay. Then we respect that decision,
Okay.
and I'll let you off the hook for community services,
Okay.
and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right, thank you.
That way we'll hear from both of you and any other applicants that come forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you for your service, Doug.
The next applicant is Doriel Weiler.
Doriel's not here.
Okay. Has Kathleen Boylan arrived? No? Okay, council members, I'll collect your ballots. By a 5-0 vote, the city council has selected Felice Chiapparini. Felice to the Community Service Commission. When the motion is made, I'll need to know whether that is as the alternate position or for the midterm vacancy.
If I can ask, the midterm vacancy expires when?
The midterm is a good question.
I'd say,
Let me ask Edie if she happens to know.
okay.
Yeah.
We'll call for a motion and we'll go from there.
Oh, here it is. It's on the ballot. It expires June 2016.
So at that point, if he is selected and chooses to reapply, then he would be serving this position for 1 year, if we were to choose the midterm position versus the alternate.
That's right.
All right.
And with that, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Felice Chiaperini to the
Of course, the Italian.
to fill the meter vacancy for the Community Service Commission.
Second. There's a motion and second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Felice. Welcome to the Community Services Commission. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next is the Investment Advisory Board applicants. And the first is George Badovic.
Go ahead, George.
Madam Mayor, City Council.
You have an opportunity to share your interest in the Investment Advisory Board for the next couple of minutes, and then we may ask you a few questions.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I've been a resident of La Quinta now for 7 years. The last 2 years have been on a full-time basis. I've always been impressed with the quality of the government we have, and overly impressed with the fiscal responsibility that we've exercised over the years here. We go in with a balanced budget, either that or we have some excess, and we're very prudent in our spending and how we manage our money. As you can see, my experience, I've been a corporate executive. I've also sat on the Financial Accounting Standards Board, so I have a lot of experience in finance. I have a lot of experience in budgeting, accounting, etc. And I think I would have a lot to add to the Investment Advisory Committee from the standpoint of helping develop the investment policy and also compliance. I think in going over the investment policy, I think the tenets of the policy, which is maintaining the principal, making sure the liquidity is important to maintain and pay our obligations, and also to make sure that we get a fair return. And that's probably going to be our biggest challenge, because myself, being a retired person, know how difficult in a low interest rate environment it is to get a decent return to meet your obligations. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions for George? Councilmember Pena?
I do. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look and maybe review our proposed budget for this year.
I have.
And your impressions.
I think it's very good. As again, whenever you have a balanced budget, when you have the revenues that are just slightly greater than the expenses, and I think we're taking care of public safety, we're taking care of the needs of the people. I think the city manager and the finance department has done an excellent job in preparing the budget.
And you mentioned the low interest environment.
Yes.
How do you proceed in that environment?
Well, if I knew, I'd do it myself.
Thank you.
No, I think you just have to make sure that you keep an open eye to all the markets. I know that it seems like from a policy standpoint that we do not invest in equities, and that's probably because of the protecting our principal. So given that, I think you just have to continue to look at the U.S. Treasury bill market. You have to continue to look at the other opportunities at the various banks for interest rates, and just hope that over the horizon, as we probably all know, and the whole thing also is the duration of our investment. That's very important, especially since the Fed has given some indication that interest rates are going to rise in the latter part of this year. So we have to be in a position to make sure that we're ready for the rise in interest rates and that we invest appropriately.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Roberts.
In regards to your experience with FASB, have you dealt with municipalities and the finance for municipalities?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So you understand the different colors of money, so to speak?
Yes,
that
and
you
I
have to deal
understand
with.
fund accounting as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Questions?
I do not.
Have you had an opportunity to speak with any of the other members of the Investment Advisory Board?
I have not. When the job was posted, the last meeting was 3 months ago, I believe. So during that interim, there was not any other meetings.
The group recently
right.
made a decision to go on a quarterly basis
Right.
versus monthly.
Exactly. That's why, if there would have been a meeting, I certainly would have attended.
All right. No other questions for me. Thank you very much for your
Okay,
interest
thank
in La
you.
Quinta.
Madam Mayor, the next applicant is Mike Krimpotich.
Mayor, Council, thanks for inviting me. By the way, I do have a bio. If you'd like to see that, I can hand it to the mayor. I think that was probably in the application also. I'm the guy with the hardest last name in the valley, so you did a great job on it. I come here strictly on a volunteer basis. I have no other axe to grind other than I'm relatively new to La Quinta. I moved here just last November 1st. We've been from Minneapolis, Edina, Minnesota. We've been coming out here for about 20 years, and we decided to make our home. 54613 Oak Hill, by the way, is my address. Make our home at PGA West, and I have a lot of experience in the financial services industry. I started in the industry as a officer of National City Bank in Minneapolis, trained in bank management, portfolio management, which included, of course, investments. I spent about 6 years there. Prior to that, by the way, I have experience in government, because I was on the personal staff of Governor Wendell Anderson in Minnesota from 1970 to 1974. I grew up in a political family. I won't go deeply into it, but it was quite an experience. So banking experience, and then I went from National City Bank into investment banking, and I spent about 20 years as an institutional fixed income broker. Our clients were counties, municipalities, cities, states, and others. I've got so much experience. I was around when we did the first underwriting on a Ginnie Mae. I was around when we did the first underwriting on a collateralized mortgage obligation. You'll have to excuse my voice. My sinuses are on fire. So I've got a very, very deep background in fixed income. I, too, have been involved in management. I managed two major brokerage branches of major brokerage firms back in Minneapolis. And I have a general securities sales supervisor license. I'm a municipal bond principal, which is a higher registration than the average person in my position has. I'm also a government and agency principal. You have to be all of those things in order to manage a brokerage branch. And of course, part of my duties also was compliance. Being that I started out as a banker, I'm credit oriented, so everything that I even do in my practice today begins with the quality of the credit. I do know that the marketplace is very difficult right now as far as interest rates. By the way, if the Fed raises their rates, which is still iffy, it might be a half percentage point, which means they're still loose, which means they're still very aggressive. So that's probably built into the market right now, and the treasuries have actually moved up a little bit on that. But finally, I'm integrating myself into the community. When we came out here, I intended to do so. So I am a Paul Harris Fellow, Rotary member of the La Quinta Rotary. I'm just about to join the Boys and Girls Club of Coachella Valley. And I'm also a member of the International Affairs Council of the Desert. So again, I've spent a lot of time working for myself over the years. Back in Minneapolis, I was involved in the community, in the Chamber of Commerce and so forth. My intent is just to bring an extensive amount of experience to the city if they want to name me to that commission purely on a volunteer basis, if I can be of assistance in helping manage the portfolios.
Thank you. Thank
You
you.
bet.
Questions? Any questions?
No, very impressive. It's a very impressive fellow.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Now, Madam Mayor, for the Investment Advisory Board, your ballots say one full-time, one alternate. With the appointment of Andrea Spiritos to the alternate position on the Planning Commission, since she can only serve on one, we now have one full-time vacancy in the IAB, as well as one midterm vacancy. That would be Andrea's midterm vacancy. So on your ballots, if you would put F for the full-time position and and M for the midterm vacancy, that would help us determine which position each applicant
And
would get.
what is her term up again?
I thought her term was,
Andrea,
Yes,
when is your term up?
2016.
2016.
I was under the impression that it was up now.
Mm-mm.
Okay. All right. Please fill out the top part of your ballot with an F and an M, please.
Oh, definitely.
Full and mid. No, she must resign since she was appointed as an alternate.
Okay, I'll report the following votes. Councilmember Ratty voted for Mr. Padovic as the full-time seat, and Mr. Krimpotich as the midterm vacancy. Councilmember Franklin voted the same. Councilmember Osborne voted for Mr. Padovic for the midterm vacancy and Mr. Krimpotich for the full term. And Councilmember Pena voted for Mr. Padovic for the full term and Mr. Krimpotich for the midterm vacancy. And finally, Mayor Evans voted for Mr. Padovic for the full term and Mr. Krimpotich for the midterm vacancy. The totals being 4 votes for Mr. Padovic for the full-time seat and 4 votes for Mr. Krimpotich for the midterm seat.
Excellent, sounds like a win-win.
Okay, if I can, Madam Mayor, then, I will make a motion that we nominate George Badovich for the full-time position, full-time term, and Mike Promtovich, Mike K. to the midterm.
Second.
There's a motion, second, please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, gentlemen. It's been two great additions to our investment advisory board. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, the last commission is the Historic Preservation Commission, and we have 3 seats open, 1 alternate, 1 professional, 1 non-professional. We have 1 applicant, Linda Williams, who is the incumbent in the non-professional seat.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you. Seems like I was just here for some of
You were.
Not much has changed. I've been here 12 years now, living in the city of La Quinta. 8 years on the board of the Historical Society, 7 of those years as president. Very proud of the projects that I've worked on, collaborating with the city and La Quinta Arts Foundation, and connections I've made with La Quinta Resort. We now have, in fact, our board meeting tomorrow will have one of their staff members who works on the history of the hotel will be attending our meetings. So I'm very proud of the connections I've made with other entities in the community to highlight our history, which I am definitely a preservationist. So, and part of our mission is education and preservation, which is in line with the Historic Preservation Commission. I've served for 6 months, I think, on the Historic Preservation Commission, and I think we have some of the same mission and interests. I did initiate contact with them early on in my tenure as president of the Historical Society, just so that we could maybe collaborate on some things, and we did. So I'm really proud of the things that we have been able to do, and the fact that the city has also embraced its history, and I'd like to continue to do that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for all of your service.
Thank you.
I'm thinking.
I
Do you have a question? Okay, Councilmember Pena.
Yes. Other than just years, how would you define historical?
Other than years,
Other than
I would
years.
say it has to be, you mean for a building or
Something
a...
to become historical.
Because many things can be areas are historical sometimes just because of their significance. Sometimes a place has had some significant event has happened there that has remained in the culture of the area. And so I would say anything that has any significance, a place or a building, and sometimes we do battle over that. There are some significant places that don't have 50 years of history, but in many ways, we'd like to identify them and highlight them in the city.
Exactly. Thank you.
Another question?
I actually have a question for the city clerk about what constitutes a professional, so that we can, maybe someone here in the audience may have someone they know.
Okay.
What are the qualifications for a professional? Because we have a non-professional oversee, a professional, and one admin.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Rade. I happen to have it from your municipal code, the ordinance that you passed last year. And I'll read it for you if you like.
Just generally speaking. what constitutes
It
a
says,
professional?
all members of the HPC shall have a demonstrated interest and knowledge of historic preservation and the cultural resources of the city. 3 members shall be appointed from among professionals in the disciplines of architecture, history, architectural history, planning, or other historic preservation-related disciplines, such as urban planning, American studies, American civilization, cultural geography, or cultural anthropology.
If anyone has
Those.
friends or family members that have those qualifications, please send them our way.
Yes. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we'll collect the ballots for the record.
Thank you.
If I can, Madam Mayor, I don't know that we need a ballot. We only have one individual. So I'll make a motion to approve Linda on our Historical Preservation Committee.
Second.
There's a motion and second, and if we could still give our ballots to the
Yes,
city
for the
clerk for the record,
Sure.
please
If
vote.
you'd like.
Motion passes unanimously. Linda, thank you for your continued service on the Historic Preservation Commission for another term. Okay, very good.
Now, Madam Mayor, we have put on the website and on the bulletin boards that we are open to accepting applications for the Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control Board. So as we originally planned, we'll continue to accept any applications that come in, and we'll bring those to you. I think our plan is the second meeting in July, if that works for you.
Okay, it wouldn't be sooner than that. It wouldn't be sooner than that. We've got a notice period and.
Well, I think we have the application deadline. We've asked them to submit by July 2nd.
Okay.
So we wouldn't be able to make it first.
So for the 2 in the audience that are interested, July 16th will be the day that we'll bring you back up to the podium for information and questions. So, thank you. Okay. So that concludes our interviews and appointments to various boards and commissions. And again, thank you for all of the applicants and for the interested parties. And as City Clerk said, there are some other opportunities still available. If you want to go on the website and look at completing an application to serve the city, that'd be great. With that, we're going to move on to business session item number 2, which was pulled from the consent calendar, and that is approve a memorandum of understanding with East Valley Coalition for Regional Economic Development and first-year budget. We want to just start discussion on that. We don't need a staff report, since we have all the information here. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
I guess my concern about this memorandum of understanding is, well, twofold. One is we don't know if Coachella, what the status of Coachella is yet, so it could end up being Indio, La Quinta, and the county. Like, I
That's,
guess
as
that's-
presented, it appears that Coachella is not part of
Right,
the
okay.
entities.
Right. Okay. But more importantly, if we're going to spend these funds, I need to know, I would like to know how we stand with CVAP, because that's another chunk of change that we're putting out for, part of that should be economic development according to CVAP's goal, or one half of their goals.
Right.
So I'd just like some discussion, some feedback from other council members in terms of.
Can I ask one question
Sure.
to staff in that regard? In our last year's budget, we put in $100,000 for economic development. Did we use any of those funds?
We did not use the full amount. We used part of that to fund, actually, the aspect of the CVIP study.
All the 40,000?
And then we
Okay.
did provide the dues to CVIP, and then the remaining amount is still there.
So about 50,000. And what was that with the new, was that just rolled into the new budget? I'm afraid I didn't see that part.
Yes, the $100,000 that was allocated last year for economic development memberships, and that was then carried over. We're asking for the same appropriation this fiscal year.
100,000 or 50,000?
It's $100,000 total.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So does that mean there'd be 150,000 in there to use? I don't get that.
Only if we do the continuing appropriation where we roll over whatever's left from this year, but we were not planning on doing that.
Okay.
Other questions?
No, I just want to know how people feel about it.
If I can, maybe just to give some information.
Yeah, please.
At last night's board meeting on IID's ECAC board, and the councilwoman from Coachella, and talking with her about this, and with Mark Weber about this. She did not have much information on this new economic development group. And so she was going to be talking to the city manager at some point today. Mark Weber is trying to put this together for Coachella and trying to get their input. He's very favorable about this group. But again, they both mentioned the mayor of Coachella and Manny have to get together and they're in discussions about this. So to say I talked with her about it really doesn't give us much information because she didn't have any information at all on where the city was going in that regard. So to give you an update that there is no update.
So
You know, I mean, I'm not giving you much information.
Are you saying
but
that
just to say that-
Councilwoman Zepeda had no knowledge of the East Valley Coalition potential formation?
Correct.
And
She was a
have-
bit perturbed about that, but she was going to be talking to the city manager today.
And in
to
terms
find
of the
out.
group meetings that have been happening with our city, the county representatives, and the Indio council members, has there been council members from Coachella or just the representative?
Just the representative, Mr. Mark Weber.
Okay.
And he's taking direction from their city manager for
Right.
that meeting. He was very impressed with what we put together for it, you know, with our deliverables. Very impressed with that, and showing, you know, that we have an actual plan of attack, so to speak, on this committee. So it's, you know, I'm afraid they don't have any direction yet from their mayor and other council.
Madam Mayor, in one of the meetings that I attended, the mayor was there from Coachella. So they did have staff member, including their city manager and the mayor at one point.
So have they seen the metrics that were developed, thank you, by our staff?
Yes, they have.
Okay. So I guess my concerns stem from the fact that it's an East Valley coalition, but it's not including all of the East Valley cities. And it's hard to brand something with a name and a website and deliverables that are mainly focused on industrial and manufacturing. For us, that we don't have that in our city. And it might be confusing in our own economic development to see a separate website, to see a separate link, and to see efforts going forward and what properties being promoted, what businesses are being attracted. How does that combine with CVEP? Because CVEP was in on the early meetings, but obviously they're not part of this coalition either, nor is the Palm Desert or Indian Wells coming forward. And I appreciate Supervisor Benoit's drive to help
Right.
do this, knowing that it stemmed from the loss of the enterprise zone,
Right.
which La Quinta didn't benefit directly from those payroll credits. I feel like it's duplication.
If I can, if we do not do this, and potentially whether Coachella does or not, and potentially could it be just Riverside County and the city of Indio, then that would be the only economic driver for East Valley. And besides tourism, the number 2 economic driver in this Coachella Valley is agriculture. And as we know, in the agricultural companies out there in these, and a lot of their higher paying management live here in La Quinta. So it does have a direct impact on the economics for the city of La Quinta, whether it be sales tax or whatever it may be, because a lot of the income generated within the agricultural community is spent here in La Quinta in our Highway 111 stores. So it does have an impact. I think it would be good, wise for us to be involved with this group. I think Riverside County has done a tremendous job from an economic development standpoint. And Supervisor Benoit has been very proactive on that since he became a supervisor. But I think for the nominal $10,000 investment, I think it's prudent for the city to be involved and be at the table. It's a 2-year agreement, so we're not making a substantial investment, so to speak, for some unknown period of time. It's only 2 years. And I think that's a good idea to limit to that point, at this point in time, to see what can be put together for the future.
I thought it was a 1 year with a 1 year renewal option. We're only committing 10,000, right? Not 20.
Right, just 10.
10,000 over there. If I may say, we just have to look a little bit where we started out with this and where we are now. And of course, there were more parties involved, and they hoped that it was a bigger coalition. But when it was presented to us, there were no metrics whatsoever. There was no intent, strategic intent explained or stated in any way. And we came a long way. Let's not forget that there will be a full-time person running this, and that will be put up by the county of Riverside. That is something there, someone that every morning will work on this, and that definitely has an impact on something that is not extremely well financed, for that matter, because you're putting together $20,000 Indio and La Quinta. Obviously, we always see it with early adopters and people that jump on later on. Perhaps Coachella will see the benefit of this and will be beneficial to have them in the discussion. At some point, we have mentioned the $40,000 that was spent with CVET for the East Valley High Hub. And unfortunately, I haven't seen anything yet on that. So it is not about doing something rather than doing nothing. It is about an opportunity, and when it was first presented to us, I said there is an opportunity here. It's really deep inside because there was not really any structure, but I think we came a long way. And it is a pilot program. It is not, we are not making a long-term investment here. And over 2 years, we have metrics. We can go back, look at it, and if we are not happy, we say, oh, too bad, this didn't work out. But it's a minimum investment that can yield a good return.
Okay. Yes, and to talk a little bit about more the county representative.
Yes.
I'm given to understand today, if Frank is right, and I think what you told me, or I was right in hearing what you said, that we will have an opportunity as a city to interview the folks who would be that county representative, because Tom Freeman's not in the county anymore. So.
Right.
And I think that was sort of maybe the turning point for me in terms of, but I just wanted to see how everyone else felt, but that we would have an opportunity to interview this person, but it's good.
Yes, at the last meeting, we had a conversation with Supervisor Benoit about the fact that if county EDA will be staffing this endeavor, we want to make sure that the staff we get assigned is someone who is actually going to be moving along and being motivated. And so one of the points that he raised with me is then let's have, if this group forms, let's have then a committee of this group or the members of this group interview county staff members at EDA that would be eligible to staff this endeavor and select from that pool.
Do they have candidates at this point, if this is starting in less than a month?
I doubt that, because we haven't gotten to that level of detail. The point now is to see who is willing to sign up and participate, We made the offer to take this to a study session that was before you as a department report last time. If there's interest, then the next step would be to bring it before you this evening for consideration. And if Indio also signs up for this, then the county's ready to move to the next point.
And does the county have a similar coalition on the west side, or they're just doing economic development because that's what the county does?
Yeah, if I can see that handles the west side of the valley, so to speak, with their office in Palm Springs and the substantial investment from the city of Palm Springs, that's the extent of it.
I mean,
on the
West
end.
Riverside County.
There's, I believe in the Temecula-Murrieta area, they have a partnership with the county to do some economic development out there that was discussed at one of our earlier meetings.
And is there any consideration of bringing in the private sector, bringing in some of the major players in any of the towns, whether it be a Golden Voice, a Wells Marvin, a Chandi, I mean, people that have made major investments, so that when we're looking at events and driving business, that some of the private sector might be at the table?
That was mentioned at one of the meetings that I was at, so I'm sure that that's obviously something that may require additional discussion.
Some of the challenges with some of the private sector participants is they have particular properties they want to see developed. And so we're trying to make this a greater piece than focusing in on just one person's land holdings. We did talk about the Imperial Irrigation District, talking to the tribes, and some of the major industries in the area so we can understand what needs they might have and how this group may address them.
Yeah, so I guess I support the concept. I just don't support calling it an East Valley Coalition when it's two cities and a county. It's kind of like...
It's the beginning.
It's
the beginning.
It's a sister city connection. Without any other questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Well, with that, Madam Mayor, then I'll make a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding with the East Valley Coalition for Regional Economic Development and the first year budget.
Second.
There's a motion and second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, let's move on to our study session items. We have 3 this evening. First one is marketing strategies for the fiscal year 2015 and 16. And we'll start with staff report whenever they're ready.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. This evening, Tustin Larson, our Marketing and Events Supervisor, will be providing the report.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. If you will allow me, I'd like to take about approximately 10 minutes to go through the strategies with you in a presentation, and then answer some questions that you have. With us tonight, we have representatives from J&S Media as well as GrafTech Interactive, our 2 firms, our experts. So we'll go right into this. Tonight we're discussing the 2015-16 marketing strategies, and the real focus of this is brand awareness. As a city, we don't have necessarily a product or a specific service, so what do we market? We market the many experiences of La Quinta. How do we do that? By developing strategies that use creative imagery, messaging, and engagement while maintaining a recognizable continuity. That is what brand awareness is. So how are these strategies developed? Well, it starts with the experts. J&S Media and GrafTech Interactive, they take a look at what's working, maybe some things that haven't worked, and they recommend those things based on successes and challenges to the city. We discuss it, refine some of those things, and we work on the proposed strategies which are before you this evening. Let's talk a little bit about metrics. These are hard numbers. These are things that we measure. The planlaquinta.com website has had some very terrific metrics this year. You'll notice that 175,000 views in a year, up from 64,000 last year. That's 173% of an increase. Of that, 137,000 of them are unique visitors. Now, unique visitors are very interesting because they're counted once. So for example, if you go to a website, you can click on it 20 times and you're counted once as a unique visitor. So these are all new people to the website. 70% of them are users age 45 and older, with equal amounts of men and women. Los Angeles and San Diego make up 20% of all of the page views. Those two regions equal 20% of the entire page views, which is a large number, considering there's 153 countries that have collected views on our website and various cities and states throughout. Our top viewed pages are hiking. Hiking's number one with 13%. The event calendar at 7.5%. Shopping at 7%. And then golf and hotels are split with 4% each. Let's talk about Facebook. As of this report, we had 44,600 likes. That's up from 23,000 the last time we had this conversation, which is a 93% increase. Half of the users are ages 45 and older, and 2/3 are women. There are 4,000 Coachella Valley likes, so those are fans that live in the Coachella Valley area. Again, LA and San Diego make up 15% of all of our likes, of our fans of the site. And we're averaging over 400 new likes per week. So what does that mean? That means that we have very high brand awareness with folks ages 45 and older, and in the regional areas of Los Angeles and San Diego drive markets. What that also means is that we have low brand awareness with millennials and the younger Generation X members, as well as the regions of Orange County and Inland Empire. So where can we improve? We can improve by attracting younger demographic. The millennials, which are born between 1981 and 1997, according to Hospitality Net, are the fastest growing travel segment with tremendous buying power. Also, we include the younger Generation X members born 71 to 80. Now, Generation X as a whole is 1960 to 1980, but we're focusing on the folks that are born 1971 to 80. And Executive Style says that Generation X spends the most amount of money per day on luxury travel. So there's some pretty significant spending going on with these two markets that we need to do better to attract. We also need to improve in our regional markets, such as Orange County, which only represents less than 2% of our overall page views, and Inland Empire, which is even lower at less than 1% of our page views. So based on those metrics and that data, our experts have picked up these target markets. The first you'll see is millennials and Gen X, young affluent families and couples, young adults who enjoy outdoor activities such as hiking, cycling, and golf, the baby boomers and up, adults with disposable income, affluent couples, empty nesters, and retirement prospects, and then our geographic drive markets such as Orange County, Inland Empire, and LA and San Diego. So how do we increase brand awareness? There's a couple different strategies here that our experts have determined, and we'll share those with you now. The first is by updating the creative. The creative is the visual that you see when you look at an ad or in print or online. A creative is known as what you're seeing. So it may be hard to see on this screen, but this is a point of view. These are a couple sketches of the new concept, Experience La Quinta, which is from the person's point of view. So for example, with GoPro being such a popular thing now, more and more videos on YouTube and across the internet are being shared from that person's point of view, their perspective. And with that popularity, it was this concept that was developed. So you'll see the one on the right is somebody who's golfing in their kind of mid-swing and their view of the golf course. The one on the bottom is actually somebody who is riding a mountain bike, with their mobile phone in their hand with the La Quinta Bike Trails app open on their phone, their website.
Are they doing both at the same time?
No, they're pulled over, yes.
Only Mark.
Yeah. And so, excuse me. And so the messaging will be, the campaign really will be Experience La Quinta. And this is only two of about 20 different shots that we're thinking about doing. Next, selfie spots. Now, this really is, I've given you some examples of some photos. You know, you see people taking selfies everywhere. That's the kids out there with their phones and smiling and doing that. It's very popular. What they're doing is they're taking photos of themselves. They're sharing it on social networks, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all of those ones. Even Snapchat nowadays is a new one. and they're sharing it out there. They're sharing their experience with the world, with their friends, with everybody that they're connected to. And so our experts have come up with an idea to create some designated locations within our city based on the view, based on the experience, and create some sort of platform or signage that will give the person the idea to take the selfie in a specific position and then use a special hashtag to mark it when they send it out to their social media. And those hashtags we can actually track. So we know who's using them, how many people are using them, who's all seeing it. So it's a very specific thing. And this is very, very big in the millennial and younger Gen X market.
So if I can add, the Esmeralda and Rancho in Indian Wells, when you come up from the parking lot, you've got the dual stairs coming in before you enter the hotel. There is it looks like a Hollywood star.
Oh, yeah.
And it says selfie spot. It's on the ground, and that's where you're supposed to position yourself so you can see the entire hotel in the background when you take that and arrive at your destination. But it's a marquee that's just literally built into the sidewalk, and it looks like a Hollywood star. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Well, we're going to get with the experts to do the design piece, but I know that they've got some really great ideas.
Good.
Next, we want to talk about the Guide to La Quinta. This is actually an updated version of the event brochure, the fulfillment piece that we do. This is something that will be between 12 and 16 pages, and it'll showcase events and restaurants, places of interest, hotels, shopping, and it's going to be designed by Locale magazine, which we'll talk about on the next slide. This is a standard practice in the Las Vegas market and LA market, where they'll pick either a city or a specific event or something where they'll talk about all the things that are there that offer it. So it could be a festival, it could just be the city of Las Vegas and where the places to get a drink and the hot restaurants are and those kinds of things. Something similar to that is what we're talking about specifically for La Quinta and surrounding events. And this will act as the fulfillment piece to be distributed at various hotels, visitor centers, and other places of interest. Next, we have Locale magazine. This is something completely new, again, that was brought to us by the experts. And this magazine is really geared towards millennials and the younger Gen X crowd. The print version of this is approximately 240,000 copies in the LA, San Diego, and Orange County markets. And it's rotated each month. This will actually include the Guide to La Quinta as an insert into the magazine in each of those markets. They have a very large web and social media following. Their Locale website gets over 125,000 views per month. And they have over 11,000 Instagram followers. And Instagram is very hot right now with millennials and the younger Gen X. And lastly, to increase the brand awareness, updating PlayInLaQuinta.com. The website continues to grow, continues to evolve, and we're talking about doing increased interactive content on the website, improving the image galleries and video galleries with some new stuff, and then really honing in on that vacation rental map that we've been talking about as a strategy. And that's the map that is similar to when you go to like a VRBO website where you can specifically look at a neighborhood or a specific part of the city that you may be interested in staying at, a vacation rental, and see that they're available on the map so you can click it, see it, and potentially even book right from our website. So we want to be a clearinghouse for all of those vacation rentals that are registered for TOT. That'll be strictly what this is for. All those folks that have vacation rental properties that are registered with the city that are doing the TOT. So it's important to grow our brand awareness in those areas, but it's also important to protect what we already have, right? So this is how they've identified that we need to maintain our brand awareness with the 45 and older crowd that already have very high awareness with the LA and San Diego markets. So we're talking regionally, TV and radio, 200 airings of a 30-second TV commercial, of which we have 4 currently, and that happens per month. And then 60 live mentions. So on the regional radio stations, a copywriter will provide talking points to the DJs. Well, they will do live mentions rather than just kind of reading a press release. They'll actually talk about what's going on in our city area around us, popular events, those kinds of things. And so we get 60 live mentions per month 90 during these signature event months, so like the January through April. Again, we talked about Locale Magazine, as well as online banner ads that could be targeted to specific regions, our website and social media engagements, and aligning with the Greater Palm Springs CVB in those markets as well. So this is what they've recommended we do locally. We continue with local print ads such as the CV Weekly, Desert Health News, Travel Host, which is in 80% of the hotel rooms in the entire Coachella Valley. Excuse me. And doing some Desert Sun ads. And then we maintain the cooperative ads that we're already offering, such as the Arts Festival program, the BNP pairing sheets that we did, and the airport display are just a few that we're discussing. And those are the ads that we contact local businesses, and we offer to give them a portion of our ad space for a discounted price. And then online banner ads is another. TV and radio, again, in the local market here in the Coachella Valley, same thing, 200 airings per month of a commercial, 60 live mentions on the radio and 90 during the signature event months. The Palm Springs Life advertorial, which is the vision piece that's done, in addition to do another paid advertorial in that publication during the season. Excuse me. The GEM newspaper, we do that every month with them. Again, website and social media engagements. And then through community outreach, the city has signed up for Next Door La Quinta. I don't know if you have participated or are on that. It's a new social media for neighbors to connect with their neighbors. Thank you, Susan. Excuse me. So really, it's neighbors talking to neighbors, and the city has the ability to post information, emergency information, promote events, that kind of thing. And then empowerlaquinta.com is a URL that the city has purchased through GrafTech Interactive, and it will be the engagement portal for a new Mind Mixer platform that the city is looking at, which will involve residents that will be able to provide feedback on various projects that the city is working on, new ideas, that kind of thing. And then our event partnerships as well. We currently have a long-standing relationship with La Quinta Arts Foundation for the Art Under the Umbrellas, as well as the festival, the La Quinta Chamber of Commerce with their events and the GEM. The new Career Builder Challenge, we'll be working hopefully with them. It's my understanding that they have the Desert Classic Charities will be meeting with the Career Builder folks on June 15th for the first time. We have indicated to them that we are very interested in continuing a relationship and providing community events for that, and so they're going to bring that to their attention. And then obviously to identify new opportunities any way we can with people that are holding events in our city, or interested parties that are want to come into the city, to be able to be a resource for them as well and see where we can participate. That's the presentation. I'll be glad to open it up for questions, comments, and again, we have JNS Media here with GrafTech Interactive to be able to answer some of the other questions.
Okay, questions of staff. This is a study session, so it's interactive feedback.
I do.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Okay. One thing that I wanted to mention was that Oliphant Aviation is building new hangars at the Jacqueline Cochran Airport with the hope of increasing traffic. And the concierge out there, I know I've said this before, at the Jackie Cochran Airport, do so much for La Quinta, and I don't know that we have ever really contacted them at all. But when I say the concierge, they're the fixed base operators, so they know when people are coming in. They make hotel reservations for them, car rental, anything that they want to do. They should know what's going on in the city of La Quinta. I bet they don't even know about the Wellness Center, and I'm not being critical at all. I'm just saying that's such a good resource.
Absolutely.
And it's with Dick Oliphant's Aviation Company coming in, there's going to be a lot more traffic there and just buzz, and so.
We'll reach out to them.
Yeah, yes,
sure.
definitely
Absolutely.
do. I would like for you to do that. One thing that, and I know I've talked to Tustin about this, but our event calendar is sad. And, okay, so we don't have a lot of events in the summer.
Yes.
But we're spending all this money for playinlaquinta.com, and if you go to the event calendar, there's no reason you'd want to come here. I mean, absolutely not. So, I'm sure there are things going on in the summer. And if not, let's make some up. I mean, like a guided hike or hike with the mayor. I mean, all those things should be on a calendar. Like, we're a real busy, buzzing city. And there's, well, I know we are, but who would know? Now, during the season, it's different, and it's, you know, it's pretty well packed. But right now, it's sad, and to spend this money advertising Playing La Quinta, that calendar needs to be filled up. And chamber events, you know, let's put the flash mob on there. I mean, even if they don't know what it is, it might be worth an inquiry, you know, from someone to find out. It needs to be full and vibrant, and it's not.
And we've had that discussion before as feedback from residents as well, and even keeping all of the hype that we had during tennis and golf and arts, so that as people are planning their future trip to La Quinta, they see what else is going on in the season.
Right, but this is year-round advertising, and I know because we're resort-oriented that it's going to be more, we're looking for more action here in the wintertime, but we need to make it look like we're alive when we're all inside in the air conditioning. But just like, I think on the events calendar, if there's for example, the activities that we have at the Wellness Center, Tai Chi, 9 o'clock Wellness Center, you know, just, there's so much we can plug in there. And, okay. The selfie spots, do you have anything in mind for that?
Not as of yet, but
Okay.
I would think that they would be locations that would be very beautiful. I'm thinking at least one probably at the top of the cove, maybe something in the north near a art piece or something. We'll take the time to really develop it.
I just wondered if you had any ideas about
I
that.
would think things that drive revenue would be included as, in addition to the beauty spots, the resort, Old Town. You know, I would just, beautiful, yeah.
Absolutely.
The parks, right.
The Guide to La Quinta, what is the cost for putting this out? And it's an annual, or is it, you said that in there, but I'm not sure. Does it come out once a year, or?
Yes, it's once a year.
Okay.
Yes, it'll be the fulfillment piece for the year. That comes out to $16,000.
Okay.
And that includes the insert.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And someone else does, obviously, the locale magazine that goes in, and we just start and insert into that. Okay. I like the idea that you're doing a map of the registered vacation rentals. I think that's a really great idea. Who's in our cooperative marketing program right now?
Right now, we have Okura is part of it.
Okay.
Silver Rock is part of it. We had Old Town was a part of it during the BMP. The Chamber was part of it during the BMP. We did have Broken Yoke was a part of it during one of those.
Okay.
That's currently it. Yes, that's
Okay.
currently it.
That's all right, that's good. On our pay-per-click programs, what percentage of the marketing budget does this take up?
Mike, want to come up into the lectern? Sure. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mike Graftak. We spend approximately $2,500 a month on PPC, so I couldn't quite back that into the total budget, but it's a nominal spend in comparison to a lot of other stuff that we do. And it's been done in an experimental fashion. We're still refining and figuring out the best ROI on it in terms of what it's driving and the most efficient way to use it, but it's one of the tools in the arsenal.
Yeah, I know in terms of marketing, everything changes all the time, and to keep up with what the trends are and what's going on, it's tough. I appreciate what you do. Let's see, the next door, and it says identify new methods of communication. I think that next door has been very effective for us. When we had our open house, I just feel like there were neighbors talking to neighbors because we saw a lot of new faces there. Okay. And the marketing committee, how often do they meet?
It was quarterly. We haven't met in the last few months, but we will begin again during the summer.
Okay. All right. I like what you're doing, and again, let me just reiterate that it's hard to keep up with everything that's going on in terms of what we're looking for and how we can bring folks to La Quinta. But thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Very comprehensive and good.
Thank you.
Councilor Pena?
Yes, I think Christie asked a lot of the questions that I had as well too, but, you know, as far as marketing, what are we doing to market to our own local community, our own local residents? I know that we advertise in the gym and some of those things. How are we trying to get out to that populace so we can bring them down to use our restaurants and
Well, that's a great question. And locally, we, in the Community Services Department, we do a lot of flyering for our programs and events and that kind of thing. We spend a lot of time and effort, or the group does, to promote digitally via Facebook and Twitter, and we do promote on Nextdoor and various other means. But the GEM is the number one kind of clearinghouse for the information that is provided from the city.
Is there any way to calculate what kind of hits we get off of the gym?
Don't think so. I would ask David to answer that.
Unless there's a call to action, that they can ring in and scan or get a number on.
Yeah, that's pretty typical with print. It's really hard to track that. Yeah.
But maybe we can come up with a program so we can start to track that to find out if that's our best marketing dollar there or what we want to look at, so we're getting the bang for our buck. Also, I think we want to try to target some of the younger folks. Golden Voice does a great job of it. You know, I didn't see them here as a potential person to work with or something like that, because obviously they know how to contact those young kids. And you know what young kids are looking for is a nightlife out here too. So that's something that we probably have to work on as a council, is to get a little bit more nightlife out here, even during the summer and some events that would attract some attention out here. Because otherwise, there's no reason for them to come out. They don't golf, they don't do any of that stuff. They want to come out for nightlife. That's what I hear from talking to my daughter's friends in San Diego. It's kind of like, what for? Why do I come out?
Councilor Rossman?
Thank you. Question on the playlaquinta.com. Do we have a mobile app on that?
No, the site actually acts as a mobile. It's called Snapping To. So the site is developed to where whatever size screen you have, it will snap to that size. So if you have a very small phone, it will compress itself down to that size. Tablet, same thing. Monitor. That's right, isn't it, GraphTech?
Yeah.
Mike, welcome
Mike,
back.
come on up, Mike.
Come back up, Mike.
The technical term is responsive, which simply says it adapts to the screen resolution. So the site is set up to be responsive. It's not 100% foolproof because obviously there's things that work better on a bigger screen than smaller. But in our mandate is to constantly improve on that and make sure that it's more and more usable, given the dramatic increase in the use of these as the way that we're interfacing with
That's
the
what
internet
I'm
today.
concerned about. I mean, when we've got visitors here in town, to have a mobile app that's easy to work with, that they can look right then and there on their phone, what's going on here locally.
The trend today, first of all, apps are a little challenging. They're much more expensive to develop. They require a user to download and install, and somewhere in the neighborhood of 98% of apps get used once. And they can cost upwards of $30,000 to $50,000 to implement, to do a lot of the same things that a website can do. So it's really more incumbent on the content strategy and the way the responsive works. The advantage to responsive is it can be not only just a sizing component, but it can literally drive content. So it can say, when it gets smaller, change the content to a smaller bit of content. So over time, and part of our work with Tustin will be to continue to evolve that, looking at the analytics and understanding where people are going, especially when they're on the mobile device, and making sure those pages are absolutely optimized for the mobile experience.
Okay. But Mike, while I got you up here, so you know. So in regards to our digital advertising, and in regards to whether it be the .com or these, I'm sorry, I'm an old guy, the Twitter and Instagram and these, are you guys working with that to better the use of that for our city?
Certainly. It's a big part of our efforts, which is, I think, why we've seen the increases in those particular environments, those particular platforms. It's certainly a big part of our communication strategy to drive more traffic to the site using those channels.
Now, in your study on the uses of those, I mean, one part we talked about our website and 70% plus are 45 and older. So the folks with gray hair, I mean, if they're coming out of Chicago or someplace else, is it the .com, that's the playlaquinta.com, is that our major manner of advertising for those folks?
You know, social media, sometimes we think that it's all young kid stuff. It is not the case. It runs across the generations. Certainly engagement is a little different as you move across generations. I think probably to the 45 plus, we tend to be more observers of instead of involved with, but observers still means I go to look and find out. We have some statistics that show, at least in the travel and leisure area, a big influencer is social media. People will find things there and say, well, that looks interesting, and drive them to then further investigate into an online presence.
So when we look at the dollars we've spent, I'd say a combination of print in the drive markets, your LA, Orange County, San Diego, and I'll include Inland Empire, and the combination of the digital efforts, clearly we're hitting the LA, San Diego. Is that commensurate with the demographics of those two areas? And is the Orange County Inland a younger generation that we're missing? Or we're not putting as much money into the OC as we would the LA? And how are the two of them mixing in terms of what's being put in the shiny magazines, and how is that being marketed digitally?
Gary with JNS, sorry. So when we identified that we're missing Orange County and Inland Empire, one of the things that we did, aside from print, we shrunk print down a little bit because of the Los Angeles magazines and those type of the San Diego magazines. We were strong in those markets already. Plus, we have the CBB in there very heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So with the efforts of Local Magazine, that for sure hits that millennial crowd, but doesn't hit all of them. We added radio and also television. When we say television, Time Warner Cable. Time Warner Cable zoned in those specific regions, and then we picked specific programming or networks, I should say, to hit that demographic. Then the creative matches that as well. So we're not wasting the impressions. So after we identified that that was a light area, we grow and protect what we're already strong in. What TV allows us to do is buy certain networks for baby boomers, for the generation, the younger generation X, and then millennials, and have different messaging in each one of those. So we're growing and protecting that population that we already are strong in, but we're also growing a new consumer as well.
Are you done?
No.
Not done. Oh, sorry. I'm going to give it back to Councilman Rosborn.
So, while I have you up here, Jared, too, I wanted to ask you, so in regards to where we market, with not just the digital standpoint, but the radio or the TV or the newspaper, who is making that call on where we should advertise? Is it your group? Is it our team here?
Well, I'm just going to be blunt. If it was solely up to me, I would. The low-hanging fruit's the drive market. There's other fruit out there in our direct flight markets where the CVB is. There's things we can do that are on their coattails, but not doing the same things they're doing. So they're obviously introducing our market in Seattle, San Francisco, Portland, Minneapolis, Denver, Dallas, Chicago, New York.
Looking at your website, I mean, you got a pretty impressive client group out here. And when we have things like P&B, which is the #1 economic driver for this tour, I mean, they, $480 million, I think they came up with. Right. And then you have Coachella Stagecoach right behind them. Yep. And so do you have, or do we have, specific advertising program or marketing program for those events? So if someone, I mean, like I speak for myself, when I go out to a city to do something, we're usually so busy on what we're doing, We don't have a chance to step back and see what else is going on in that city.
Right.
And so the folks that are coming to this area, to give them an opportunity to see what else we have to offer, to bring it back.
Yeah, so last year when we were in Los Angeles Magazine, San Diego Magazine, OC Magazine, all of those different publications, we highlighted the events, and basically we're saying, make sure you come to La Quinta while you're attending those events.
Okay.
So, yeah, we did. It's very important that with our work with the CVB, we found out that just because Stagecoach or Coachella sells out, it's still an asset in our market, and
Right.
we should still pound our chest and say, hey, that's us. We have so many assets out here, and we should be proud of the ones that sell out and the ones that are so successful, and we should always align our brand with that if we can.
You know, because I mean, if we look at, again, the tennis tournament and the music festivals and our own golf tournament, whether it be Humana or New Career Builder, I mean, there's probably almost $1 billion there spent within that group, and it's right here in La Quinta.
That's right.
And so I just want to make sure we're taking advantage of that group as much as possible to have them come back. To
One of the
return to
things
La
we
Quinta.
can do too on our television commercial is the crawls at the bottom. Those cost us nothing to add that little bit on the bottom of our TV commercials, why those are run as well.
Okay.
I'd also note that we're pretty aggressive in the social media spaces around promoting those events in context of the city and our ability to adapt to them in almost real time as opposed to the ad creative being done and sent and publishing times. We can react to them pretty quickly, and they are part of the overall strategy. And in terms of what really drives it, I think numbers drive it. Because we don't have a $50 million budget, so we've got to be very prudent about where we spend, even though we could do a lot with $50 million if you guys are interested. But given what we have, I think we always pay attention to the numbers that's going to get, as Gary pointed out, the low-hanging fruit, the easiest stuff for us to get the most bang for.
Okay.
With radio too, our live mentions, we're talking about our events as well. So.
Now, have you guys seen, and I brought it up to our city manager, the TV commercial, Temecula? The new one that they just put out. I'm the only one that's seen that commercial on TV. No, where they talk about the wineries and everything else. They have a great song that is going on as the commercial goes on about Temecula. And they just do an amazing job about Temecula. And I look at that, what can the city of La Quinta do in regards to that commercial?
It sounds very experiential.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Whether it's golf or the wineries, whatever, shopping, whatever it is about Temecula and the restaurants, they do a great job in that 30-second commercial. And I was hoping someone could have looked at that besides myself, and to see what, if it's something the city of La Quinta should look at for these other markets, whether it be in San Diego, LA, Orange County, wherever it may be, in Chicago in December,
Right.
to come out here. And in regards to CVB, I think CVB does a fantastic job and an outstanding group, and the whole tourism industry with CVB. But I don't see any advertising, other than Silver Rock's own advertising. I don't see anything regarding golf in La Quinta, whether it's at the resort or where else it could be.
It's a great question. It's an industry we want to grow and protect, obviously. We did a $150,000 campaign with golfchannel.com. We got very little engagement back, and it's because it didn't matter when we did homepage takeovers, it didn't matter when we were doing newsletters, it didn't matter if we were in the destination section. It just, for whatever reason, there's so much on that site that we got lost. So we shifted directions and we went to Southern California Golf Association, went to the Pacific Northwest Golf Association, and Southern California. We had 3 different golf associations that's owned by Southern California Golf Association. So we've been doing that, and still it's not moving the needle like we want to see. We've done a golf magazine with full page ads. We keep trying to test those little different areas. So I agree. You're probably not seeing a lot. You're not going to see a lot when we do the .coms, because we're not targeting Coachella Valley. We're targeting our direct flight market, so you're not going to see it then. But even if you're in Seattle, it would have been a challenge, just being honest, because of the clutter. It was really difficult for us we think $150,000 was a lot, but when we're up against Callaway with their national dollars and TaylorMade and all those others, they were just swallowing us up.
In regards to the music festivals and the Golden Voice, do they allow us to put our playlaquinta.com on their website?
Not-
Do they allow any other? No.
I wish.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. Well, thanks you guys. I think since the city of La Quinta reduced our budget in advertising, I think you guys have done a fantastic job. You really have. And playlaquinta.com is really improved, dramatically improved. I know 2 or 3 years ago I tried to pull it up and it was number 15 on Google, and now it's number 2. And so I really want to commend you guys on what you've done on that. That's all I do.
Councilmember Reddy?
One of the aspects, of course, when you have a digital media, you can rebalance or recalibrate, right? You see something is not working and you can quickly recalibrate. When you go to printed advertising, because you have to buy it ahead of time and all that, there's some lagging there, and we cannot adjust that quickly. Do you have a recalibration strategy in place that kind of balance the two?
I call it the accordion effect
There
with
you
the
go.
media plan. It's always a living and breathing mechanism to me. We pay very close attention to all of our clients, the metrics. When I say metrics, the online metrics. We pay attention how our creative's performing in our print, our television, our outdoor, all of those things. And yes, if the client, we'll use the CVB for example. We had a great campaign going with Forbes.com. The goal was 2 things. Forbes magazine. It was to hit that business owner who would love to come out here for leisure. They're more likely to spend over a week out here, but then bring his company here for group meeting. We didn't see a lot of response to that, so we immediately cut back. We had 6 runs out there for 6 months. We had to cut back at the 2-month area, and they did. When I do a deal like that, I make sure if we have to stop it, we don't get hit with right.
Yeah.
So, but yes, there's always that mechanism where if we need to go right instead of left, we do.
So we do have exit strategies just in case, right?
Right.
Another aspect is, yesterday I was driving back from LA with a couple of people, and here there is this big billboard, and it says Coachella Valley Tourism always in season. And one of the aspects is, we had a block party here in La Quinta just a couple of weeks ago, and it turned out great. I mean, I cannot say enough good things about it. Sometimes you ask young people, and you are trying to go after the millennial, and what they're looking for is always an experience, but also they're looking for the low-cost opportunity, right? They want to go somewhere low-cost, that's great, it's fun, and they create, trust me, they can create their own events and their own parties. One of the aspects here that I would like to see is to try to work closer on the shoulder month and try to close our down season to maybe hopefully over time to 45 days. But for now, it would be nice to try to take away from this mentality that we got to shut down. There's nothing else here. One of the aspects that Council Member Osborne was talking about, the winery. We don't have wineries in La Quinta, but we have restaurants, and they're great restaurants. During summer, of course, they're willing to give a little bit of break, and we should have a way for them people to have a map, Taste of La Quinta map, and you go around and you get great deals. So that's something that I believe there is a connection here. What you do, this can be done highly digitally, and we can support and work with the Chamber of Commerce to get that. That's the summer where you come down. You come here and you live like a king on a queen budget, right? And I think that we really have to look into that because otherwise we just accept the fact that, it's low season, let's shut down and let's wait for next year. Obviously, Golden Voices wants to promote their events. That's where they make their money. They don't make their money coming here and promoting our events. But I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Franklin that we need to get the calendars, filled in so that people see that we are alive. The museum this year is not giving up. The events throughout, there is the first Friday of the month throughout the season. There's no, I think the only time is August, maybe even August is going to have an event. So these are my comments. My question is on the vacation rental. Do we have to provide an opt-in or opt-out to the registered units to be on the website? I mean, do they have to make a choice to be on the website? Or
They would have to subscribe, Councilmember.
They will have to,
Yes.
to subscribe. Okay.
Yes.
So it's not like we just take the register, put it all on. Okay.
No,
But
they'd have to subscribe.
Just want to make sure that we have a little bit of. And another aspect, of course, the selfie is great. Great idea. We talked about it during the Coachella Fest. After the Roadrunner went up. Of course, the one that Mayor Evans mentioned in front in India Wells doesn't have the hashtag. So you take your picture, but then nobody reminds you the hashtag aspect, which is the most important. Last question is about the bounce rate. And I have to ask this because as you work your printed media, the only way for us to look at media efficiency rate is potentially through what happened on the website or what kind of driver you have into Facebook. So are we getting a clean count on those? Can we see when they run a piece, do we see increases so we can establish a media efficiency rate?
Yes, Councilmember Reddy. Yeah, I have some of this information because I looked at it this morning. We do show, I believe, our bounce rate is about 40%.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Not unusual.
What's that?
Not unusual.
Right, you're right. That's pretty standard for industry. And then the time on site is a little higher than a minute and a half.
Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Okay. My turn. Do you believe we're maximizing the relationship with CVB, given that you also do placement for them? And is there something more that we can do? Given,
in
of
the
course,
drive
given
market.
not the $50 million, but given a reasonable budget.
In the drive market, yes. As well, and I want to comment too, because we work with a lot of the other cities. We try to make sure we're not overlapping but complementing. And that is what I see La Quinta doing, both with print media, television, outdoor, whatever it be, and digital. We are complementing. So yes, with the budget that we have, it's what I'd like to see us be able to do is expand into emerging markets, such as Seattle and Portland. Portland this year, for the first time, really bumped. And it wasn't anything we were doing different. It's not like we poured more money into that market, but every Palm Springs Bureau, Palm Desert, and Greater Palm Springs all showed significant increase out of Portland.
Would that is it correlated to the WestJet, the in-flight magazines? There was a big push on those with CVB in the cities.
Probably more Alaska and U.S. Airways, those two pushes, and then and this information is coming from a number of clicks from that area, but also Visa View data that shows spend levels that are spent on Visa cards. That was our fourth highest market. So the only thing to answer your question, to be able to possibly move into other markets at some point, I think would be great.
Okay. And I had already sent a myriad of questions to Dustin, asking spend by category, expected ROI. It looks like we're adding more print this go round when the push was digital. And I guess on the Locale magazine, is that also going to be an online feature? Because I just feel like the 45 and over demographic is still flipping pages to a certain degree, but talking about what Councilmember Osborne indicated on the mobile apps, we're still missing 50% plus of where those users are from, and is a mobile device a better attraction for them than a paper guide?
To answer your question, yes on the online version, but I did put together some information on impressions by generation that we're going after. And this isn't the digital, this is just the print, television, radio.
Everything else.
Right. So 10,655,000 millennial impressions for this year, 12,100,000 for the younger Gen X, and then the baby boomers is 9,171,000.
So you're capturing and you're getting those views, and you're getting that engagement.
Yeah.
It's then, how are we making sure that they're choosing the destination
Right.
and spending money?
Yeah. So
Right.
we're branding them, inspiring them.
Right, okay. Do you have a follow-up question?
Follow-up question to that. Do you know what time of the season we're doing that? Are we getting those high clicks during Coachella?
Yes, I do. So we typically launch in November, and then we're, with the budget allows us to extend through about March, and in some cases, there's a couple that will go through April. Corey Airport, we have to buy an annual with or we lose the space, so. But it's that November through March. That's the big time.
And on the airport, are we participating, they're changing out all their signs to digital? Is that where
They
we
are,
place-
however, it's been recommended that we keep the 2 spots that we have.
They're changing,
Well, they're
Car
pretty proud of that
carriers
new digital.
it's pricey.
Yeah, the pricing.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, Corey's not cheap.
Madam Mayor, if I can answer your question about, or speak to the shift of print versus digital. The shift, it isn't more print per se. We removed the more print from the regional markets and shifted some of that into the local markets. So you'll see last year we didn't do a CV Weekly, we didn't do the Desert Health News bi-monthly, we didn't do those types of things. So we're shifting into more local print to fit some of our demographics in our local area.
And then I guess on signature events, you know, I know that there's kind of a slush fund there as things pop up that are successful, and that would be something similar to the block party that occurred in Old Town, and what role we would play in future events like that. And I know I have a request to speak from Wells Marvin, so I will get to you in just a moment, Wells. I guess looking at the localization of our community, especially in the shoulder months, while we still need to draw those outsiders into our destination, it is important, and I know that the Chamber is working on, I believe, a kind of a coupon mania for the summer months in the gym, so that we can stimulate some business for our local restaurants and Chamber members that participate with some type of discount, which is awesome, and that'll give us a good ROI. Do you feel our spend is getting the ROI we need? We really made a big shift in going digital this past year. We went with a Graph Tech and JNS as opposed to a retainer firm that was kind of per project. We haven't talked really about the PR side of this, and are we handling our own PR now?
To an extent, yes. We do have a copywriter that we can bring in if we need to, yes.
Okay. So I guess the next step, you've increased views, clicks, likes. The next step is just tweaking more of what we were experimenting with this past year and enhancing that going forward, obviously targeting that demographic.
Yeah, I think our effort is to look at those other opportunities while protecting the ones we have and say, can we move those numbers from 1 or 2% into that same 10 to 15% range? Because it is, in our opinion, a missed opportunity. So our shift is really a little more focused on that market, not really a shift in the channels or the method of delivery. It's probably more a shift in the messaging and the focus on a particular audience.
Okay. And over the last, I'd say, 3 or 4 years, what has been the total marketing budget? I think when I got on council, it was upwards at 400, and it got slashed 50% of that. We added a little bit more last year, so
it was
ballpark.
about 220,000 last year. a year before. I wasn't involved in the marketing the year before that, but this year we're asking for $250. Frank, would you be able to answer that?
Basically, we invest as a total $1.2 million in
Right.
overall marketing between all the angles that we're doing. The budget that we're talking about here is $250,000. At one time, it was close to $500,000 prior to 2012. And then when we had to cut back, this was part of that. We did do a lot more infomercials where we would film council members and staff and talk about a variety of things. Never quite knew where that got us. We did calendars, we did pamphlets for hotels, we did a bunch of chingadera things. And what our challenge was, excuse me, what our challenge was is then when we tried to measure, particularly the paper side of it, we got a lot of feel goods, but we couldn't really tell what we were.
Right.
And one of the aspects of the marketing program we had back then is when I came in, I said, okay, what's our brand and what are we selling? No one could tell me. Because if you're gonna have a brand, then you gotta have a promise when you get there. And we were doing a lot of things that were very nice, but no one could say what we were accomplishing or what it was that people were to expect when they got there. So that's why we started shifting our marketing effort.
So when you talked about the brand in a prior study session and how that rolls out and what money we need, not just locally to change stationery or signage, is then how does that get incorporated with the Play in La Quinta website and all the ad pieces? I don't see a dedicated segment, even though we talked about the approximate cost of what that would be in this plan, and how you all would incorporate a city that's branding itself with the new font, the new icon, the fresh look.
Well, that, Madam Mayor, that would strictly be a creative update, which doesn't take much additional finance. It's really just a shift in the creative.
Do you agree?
And part of the effort this year is in content creation, which is going to try to align better with the brand attributes and the overall tone. So the new photography, but certainly, yeah, putting logo A or logo B is the easy part of it. The harder part is that the tone of the message begins to fit what we're trying to do, which is in the budget. That's part of the creative efforts for content creation, the photography that's going to be done. And we see it as evolutionary. You know, we're not waking up one morning with a different coat of paint. So.
I like the GoPro feature. Thank you for showing that on this. Do we still need some sub-page or micro site of some sort that's millennial specific, that's the kid section, that's the one that's posted in the BMX bike ride, that's hitting that younger generation, so they go to our site for a reason other than their parents going to the site to see where they're going to vacation? Is there some interactive that could be
I think that's
utilized?
certainly something that should be considered in the plan. It comes back again to a deliverable. We can make a really cool site that people go, you know, a kid would go, this is really cool, but if there's not substance there,
right.
If there's not the BMX park or the skate park or, you know, some cool thing, it's kind of a false delivery, and that's worse for us than having done nothing at all. So I think it's a combined effort. If we get more nightlife, then yeah, we ought to have something that promotes the nightlife, but we can't say we have it when the sidewalks are rolled up at 10, so.
Right, okay. Well, I thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to bring up our request to speak, Mr. Wells Marvin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'll make this really brief. I just wanted to add my voice, as I think you're absolutely on the right track. You're using the right people. You know, I use JNS at Old Town. We've used GraphTech in the past. And I think Edie and Tustin have done a fabulous job of coordinating this, and it's probably a lot more effective to do it that way than using an agency. And that's what I've gone to as well at Old Town. I would say a couple things. This is your best use of money to drive economic development. As you mentioned, we really don't have much in the way of agriculture. We don't have much in the way of factories here in town. What we really only have to sell is tourism and a place to live. I agree with some of the things. It was disclosed that, I mean, JNS is also a tenant at Old Town, so they work here in town every day, and so they understand it better than maybe an agency would that was from out of town. But we do need to reach out, as I mentioned, the low-hanging fruit. I was shocked recently to meet a couple over at Sun City in Shadow Hills who had lived there for 9 years and had never been to Old Town. And you know, those are people that live here year-round, have money to spend. They may not have as much as some of the multimillionaires that come here in the season, but they're here, they have money to spend, and we do need to go after those people. And I'll leave it to the experts of how they reach those people, whether it's direct mail, whether it's local advertising or whatever. But you know, there are a couple of statistics there that are very telling. I mean, golf is passé. Basically, you know, only 4% of the people are going on your website to look for golf. So either they already know La Quinta is a golf destination, or the people who golf don't know how to use a computer, or you know, there's a lot of different conclusions you can take from that. But what's really important in the statistics is something like, if I remember it rightly, 13% or 15%, you know, are looking for hiking, and you know, and 9% or whatever the number was are looking for biking. And those are what you really got to push. And we have tremendous resources on hiking and biking, and the city has spent a huge amount of money building a big golf course and, you know, promoting golf and subsidizing a PGA tournament and stuff. But some, you know, a few dollars to put in to subsidize some 5K races, a half marathon here, a full marathon. In San Diego, where I visit often, does events every week. I mean, they just had the rock and roll marathon there. That's how they drive their tourism in San Diego, is events. And to go back to the block party we talked about, I mean, we need to be more proactive. Tustin and my property manager, Kevin Dolan, came up with that idea on their own, and the city was very supportive in providing sound system and stage, and that's the kind of, you know, proactive, you know, support that we need from the city. Didn't take the city many additional dollars, but I think having events that really drive people here, but you know, not only like block parties, I think, you know, maybe the city should allocate $2,500 a time for having 4 block parties a year and having one as soon as July 4th, you know, having them on holidays to keep people here in town and to maybe attract new people to town. But we really need to be looking at some bigger events. I know they do the bike ride here, the Patriot Ride, which is great, and the art festival, and Art and the Umbrellas, but we need to be, you know, we really should have other bike rides, and we should have marathons and half marathons and 5Ks. So I just wanted to say, I think you're on the right track, but I think you're spending way too little. I spent $120,000 a year at Old Town on marketing alone. The fact that you allocated $100,000 for economic development last year, but only spent $50,000 of it, $40,000 of that on a study, that's, you know, it's kind of criminal, really. And that $50,000 didn't get spent. I mean, you should take that $50,000 immediately and put it into your marketing budget and give Tustin more money to work with.
Stealing my thunder.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, you should restore the budget to at least $400,000. I mean, he's doing a great job, and Edie and him are doing a great job with the money they have, but they need a lot more money because it is woefully underfunded. So I'll leave it at that unless you have any questions of me.
No question?
I don't have any questions, but, you know, thanks for that block party. I think it was well attended. It was a great event. As a matter of fact, I was talking to Edie earlier about something around July 4th, of, you know, what we could do in our budget now, because we have to keep these people in the community that stay here for the whole summer something to do.
Right.
And everybody goes stir crazy. You can't sit in the house all day with the air conditioner on. You want to get out at night when the sun goes down. And if there's things like that we can do. And getting back to your comment about Sun City, there's people in North La Quinta that have never been to Old Town. And they take Highway 111 and go to Palm Desert. And I tell them, why don't you go down to Old Town? Well, we didn't know what was down there. Well, come on down.
Yeah, it's
so
very
we're missing some of those diamonds in our own backyard that I think we have to pick up as well too. So I absolutely fully agree that we should throw some money at some of these summer events and do some stuff as well.
We're ready to go ahead and do the July 4th thing. We've been in touch with the mayor as late as, you know, today. I've talked to all of you in the last week about the block party and doing other events that we would like to do an event July 4th, and we look forward to working with Tustin and Frank and making that happen. But it does take some allocation of some money. We wouldn't want to see that taken away from, you know, your media efforts, so it needs to be maybe added to. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Again, it's a, yes, Councilman Roswell.
I mean, back to our playlaquinta.com, what are all the connections we have? I mean, do we have a connection to Coachella Fest? Do we have a connection to CVB, to the hotels, to the La Quinta Arts Foundation.
In short, yes. Yeah. You, Councilmember Osborne, you referenced the fact that we're number 2 on the Google search. In order for us to be able to get to that spot, the website has to contain a series of links so that the algorithm, when it comes through, sees that the website is connected to a number of things, which gives us a higher ranking ability. So yes, the website is connected to all of those major events, the museum, hiking, references, all kinds of different links. I wish I could tell you the specific number. I don't think these guys have it off the top of their head, otherwise I'd have them come up, but it's a large amount of links.
Thank you.
Well, I guess in terms of giving direction, we're on the right track in terms of the allocations. If that's something that you'd want to do as a follow-up, I know you provided that to me. If council's interested in seeing kind of the spend per bucket, what that ROI is expected in terms of measurement.
How do you do that? How do you measure ROI in this case? I mean, honestly, there's no exit interview. We don't know where we failed except by less clicks. It's hard to do, is all I'm saying.
It is hard to do, and so you take the best tools possible in terms of the target demographics, and then what that spend looks like, whether it's at a special event or through the hotels, or you know, based on disclosure when they're here.
I just wish we knew that the number of clicks was related to how many people came here to stay here, ate here, shopped here, whatever. But I know we don't. That's a little unrealistic, but.
Well, if sales tax is going up and TOT is going up, then you put more money towards those things to continue to make them go up. So I would like to propose that we, I know that we'll be talking about the budget the next. Yes. Well, sure, we're going to talk about adding more dollars to the marketing budget when we get to the budget study session items.
It's all a trade-off.
Of course. Okay.
It's all a trade-off.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. For those that haven't been on PlayLaQuinta.com, I challenge you to do that for the next couple of days. Okay. Are we good on the next one? Somewhere we're going to need to take a small break. Oh, yes. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Bio break. Okay, thank you so much, and Les, I appreciate this. Study session item number 2 is discuss interim off-street parking standards for the La Quinta Village.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. We bring before you an opportunity tonight to discuss the potential establishment of some interim parking standards for the La Quinta Village. As a matter of background, there continues to be a definite development interest within our village. We have multiple new construction proposals that are at various stages of consideration. We also have interest in expansion and reuse activities at several locations within the village. However, as we have that opportunity to discuss development plans with various parties, one of the key items that comes up every single time is what is the parking requirements? What are the parking requirements within the La Quinta Village? And all too often there is some concern raised as that discussion occurs. As you'll recall, back in January, we brought forward some focused action strategies for your consideration regarding the village, and one of those was specific to establishing new parking standards. Though we've yet to really make any major headway on that, that's forthcoming. We are expecting that many of those existing standards will be modified and likely result in reduced parking requirements in the future. We also know that there's existing parking within the village that's underutilized. If you look way back in 2006, we had Carl Walker and Associates conduct a study of parking use within the village. The perception is there isn't parking available, but yet that study in 2006 showed a significant amount of underutilized parking within our community. And we think today, several years later, that still is the case. Now, that doesn't mean that at times when we have in season on Friday and Saturday nights, or certainly when a special event is occurring, that we aren't seeing in certain areas of the village the on-street parking at capacity. We still, even during those events and those functions, see areas within the village where, again, there is capacity existing that is just not being used.
Now, I do want to mention, too, that ironically enough, as of late, we have heard, at least from one party, that has expressed some concern with parking. And a lot of times we see that, where it's the matter of convenience. It's the fact that certain businesses have activities, maybe even a need for clientele to be very close to their business. And at times, of course, with our public parking, it's not restricted to use, and there's very limited areas where there's even a restriction to the amount of time that parking can be used. But we have heard from some parties on occasion, and most recently, one party that has expressed concern with the inability to use public parking because of the fact that it's being used on a regular basis. So with that, we are bringing forward some options for your consideration this evening. Again, in a means to encourage development within the village, as well as with an expectation that our requirements will likely be going down in the future, we've brought forward 3 options for your consideration tonight. First option being a 50% reduction of I got to start chewing gum and patting my head at the same time, too. I know I was talking about that earlier. Thank you for that. And we have a 50% reduction proposed as option A. So all new development, all expansions of existing businesses, or any change of use would, if any additional parking were required, or parking was required in particular, a 50% reduction of our current requirements would go into effect. Option B is specific to 3 different types of uses, being new development, expansion of existing businesses, and change of use, and they vary. New development would be an outright 25% reduction of all of the new parking. For any expansion of existing businesses, it would be reduced in half. And if it's a change of use and there's an increase in parking as a result of that change in use, there would be no new parking required. The third option that we've brought forward for your consideration is the potential of just waiving all required off-street parking during this period. Now again, those, and one option we didn't put is obviously to leave everything the way it is today, but we tried to basically book it with what we felt would be options that really cover the spectrum for your consideration. And with regards to how we are proposing to set this up, we're proposing that should you want to establish interim standards, it would run from the effective date all the way until the end of June of 2016. So it'd be a little less than a year's time, but there would definitely be a period there for full consideration of those interim standards and the ability for development to take advantage of that. It would apply to all of the properties that are zoned village commercial. And also, the way it would apply is that if during that period of time a project secured a building permit with the city, if that was actually issued, or if they submitted a village use permit and it was deemed complete by June 30th of 2016, they would be able to take advantage of whatever those interim standards are. Now, there is the requirement for an actual code amendment to occur. Even though these would be interim in nature, it does have to be established by ordinance. We're ready to proceed based on the feedback we received from you this evening. We could be as quickly as to Planning Commission by the 23rd of June and back to you for consideration on July 7th. They do require public hearings, so there would be that process and opportunity for the public to come in and testify regarding whatever standards we would be proposing. And because of an ordinance being required, we would expect the effective date to be sometime in August. So with that, just a few snapshots of maybe that shows a little bit of the extreme of areas where parking is utilized very highly, and obviously the fact that there are areas where parking is used at a minimum, if at all. And another key point, too, that I wanted to mention that does have a nexus to this is we have a lot of, I guess it's just the excitement of the village and how eclectic it is. We have a combination of more public parking established here in the village than anywhere else in the community, but we also have a real mix of pockets of parking that's private. And it's very unique. It really just fits that village image, and it creates for quite an interesting dynamic, but it works and it functions very well. And so those, just wanted to show you a few of those shots and then leave you with just the map that was included in your report in case you have anything that you want to discuss specific to the village area. That's there for your visual reference. And with that, I'll conclude my staff report and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Les. I think it's the coffee. Questions of staff. Mayor Pro Tem?
So if our city was to update an existing alternative such as the parking fee in lieu program, where does that money go that one would pay?
Yes, and first of all, the parking fee in lieu program will be considered and visited and brought before you later on in this process. But the way that the process currently works is the collection of those funds goes for the exclusive use of investing or reinvesting into parking within the village. So for example, we have collected from a handful of different projects over the years, and we utilized a portion of those funds here recently to actually acquire 2 lots on Avenida La Fonda near the Verizon operation there. So we're investing by actually acquiring property that we anticipate at some point in time in the future will be developed for additional public parking.
Okay. And then, so under option A, a 50% reduction in parking spaces required for any new development, or expansion of existing use or change of use. So let's just say, for example, that, oh, I don't know, a restaurant wanted to expand. So that 50% reduction is just in parking spaces required, that might have been required for whatever they're going to do for the expansion.
Yes, that is correct. So for example, let's say the expansion required 10 additional parking spaces under the current municipal code requirements. We would cut that in half. So as they went through that review process, we would then only require 5 additional parking spaces.
Okay. Okay, I guess that's, well, I guess I have one other question. Since we have this almost year time period in here, would it be reasonable to think that we could do a moratorium on parking period until we actually have finished the study or whatever it is that we're doing to move forward? In other words, just do a moratorium on parking. And I don't know, let's say, let me say, for example, that the restaurant that I just said, under the moratorium, could they simply not have to have any more parking spaces? That wouldn't work, would it?
Well, that was one of the, option C probably would fit that, whereas
Right.
there would not be any parking required during that period of time. Obviously, the challenge with that is if they're increasing demand and additional customers are coming, where are they going to be accommodated during that time? And though we hope that there will be a stimulus of growth as associated with this, the unknown is how much growth would occur and what type of long-term impacts that may have upon the village.
I remember there was a conversation one time with respect, I think it was Villa Capri, and we were looking at the parking that we were requiring at that point in time, which was quite a while ago.
Yes.
And we had said that as the city was going to look at their parking requirements and that it just wasn't right, that too much parking was required. So if that truly is the case, then are we looking at, in terms of, in the village, currently, is there too much parking required there now?
Well, I think in general, because of the nature of the village, I would say yes, that since our standards are not unique to the village, meaning that the requirements are the same, consistent throughout. So a restaurant on Highway 111 or at the Villa Capri project would have the same parking requirements of a restaurant within the village. We hope going forward to change that. We believe that there's value because of the village and because we want to have a pedestrian scale environment, as well as the investment that has been and we hope will continue to be made in public parking, that it can have a different set of standards unique to that environment.
Okay. We always want it to be adequate, but not overdone.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's all for now. Councilmember Ratty?
So right now, the parking spaces are calculated on some formula based on the use of the building,
That is correct. We have a table within our parking standards within the municipal code, and we would match the use with that table. And then there is a formula or a calculation that would be done. So for example, if it identifies a requirement of one space for 250 square feet, then we're obviously taking whatever that expansion square footage is and applying that to identify what parking would be required for that particular use.
And when it comes down to parallel parking, do we have a specific requirement for the length of that parking stall?
Yes, we do. We actually have standards with regards to width and depth of the parking stall.
Will any of these change the requirement to maybe make it not as long?
Not with what we're proposing for your consideration this evening, but as we do take a look at the parking standards for the village, we've actually even talked internally about overall the requirement of a standard parking space versus compact, for example. In some communities, they do have both, where you can have it up to a certain amount, let's say 25 or 30%, that could be compact versus standard. But historically here in La Quinta, we have not had that. It's been a standard parking dimension that's commonly used and has historically been in place since the beginning.
And to be clear, the map that was provided with the staff report has to do only with the parking that we are talking about this particular issue. It's not about the village as a whole. It's about the particular issue of the parking, correct?
The issue would apply, or the matter would apply to all of the village commercial zone properties.
Thank you. So let's say there is a change of use where a space goes from being used as a boutique to a little restaurant. Of course, the parking requirement will be different. Over a period of a year, it's not that long, but obviously you need to keep some sort of control over what comes in, right? And option C takes away any sort of control that you may have on. And it may be considered a moratorium or requirement.
Put lipstick on the pig.
They look good. But the option B definitely gives you something to work with, right? A new development, now you can look at differently. Maybe now this new development is really providing a certain number of golf carts, right? Versus requiring, that many more parking spaces. Maybe we can find a solution with option B, which before we didn't have. So I definitely like the way option B is structured, because it gives you the ability to use your expertise and the expertise of your staff to look at this holistically and see what kind of solution can be implemented. So definitely in support of that at this point.
Any other questions? No?
That's it, thank you.
Councilmember Pena?
I guess I'm a little bit torn between not wanting any new regulations right now. We've had 2 restaurants that have closed in Old Town specifically, and another one up on Washington Street. And I'd like to see us get moving on some of those things. But I know that we need some kind of control. And whether that's for a year or 2 years or whatever, I'd certainly want to go in a direction that we need to go rather rapidly, and offer some people who want to come down here and invest some incentives. And I know there are issues down there. Have the property owners been communicated with regarding employee parking? Because the employees tend to take up these very valuable spots in front of their businesses. I know we've had issues like that in the past where we would try to have employee parking at certain other areas because customers come and go within an hour or 2 or whatever, and yet employees would stay for a whole shift. So I don't know if we've reached out to them either through the management companies or any of those types of organizations that we could kind of help them, or maybe look at some kind of parking where we could have employee parking.
Well, no, we have not done any direct outreach to businesses or management companies specific to ask them to discourage their employees from utilizing our public parking spaces. Does it occur? Absolutely. And I know maybe Mr. Marvin could speak to that later.
I'm sure he
as
is.
to how he addresses that within his within his establishment.
Exactly.
And it's really hard then to discriminate also, even though we could probably be able to ascertain which one are employee-owned vehicles versus not. It's difficult to discriminate, if you will, or to identify those and treat them differently. It's public parking. There's no, without putting a time limit, which is probably the only deterrent that I can think of to where an employee doesn't want to have to go move their car, say, every 2 hours because there's a 2-hour limit. But then we also have an enforcement a responsibility and obligation that comes with that as well. But historically, in certain areas, yes, we have seen employee parking taking up a portion of the public parking. And no, historically, we haven't taken any type of a direct measure to encourage or encourage them to have their employees park differently than maybe how they have. And again, I think part of the main reasons why is that we have no way to really be able to manage and enforce that other than to just request their consideration of such.
Right. And I've noticed that, in other areas too, that shuttles are offered, whether they be golf cart shuttles or anything like that. If we could get into some kind of situation where we could either get a grant, I know there are grants available out there for certain golf carts, that we might be able to have a shuttle that runs maybe on a Friday or Saturday or something like that, working with the properties downtown to maybe help, fund that or run that or whatever. Maybe we contract with the chamber, I don't know. But, there's other opportunities that I think that we can provide that would actually enhance people coming down. They could catch a shuttle somewhere and come down and take a shuttle back to where they are. And if you notice behind the KSL building, there's a tremendous amount of parking. I think the La Quinta Hotel employees park back there, right?
Yes.
And they shuttle back and forth. So there's certainly some opportunities. Like you said, there's other areas that are kind of a walk away from some of the local businesses, but that aren't being utilized for that very reason, especially in the summer months. So, maybe there's something we can do along those lines.
Councilmember Osborne?
Thank you. In regards to parking studies on these developments, at what point do they require a traffic study as well?
Well, there's a list of criteria that the city's engineering bulletin triggers or identifies when a parking study is triggered. It usually has to do with the amount of movement at any particular intersection, but driveway. I know that Tim could maybe elaborate upon that, but the bulletin does get into the details as to the number of peak hour movement trips that would trigger typically a study.
Because, let's say, on La Fonda or Cayestado, if I'm going to build a restaurant, and I'm going to build a 5,000 square foot restaurant, would I need to do a traffic study?
I don't know, Tim, if you could maybe expand on.
Yeah, basically, we had it as low as 50 additional trips in the peak hour, and we adjusted it up to 100. And so it's basically a square footage calculation of whatever you're expanding or whatever the business is. And the ITE manual has trip generation tables, and you multiply it out and you figure out, basically where you think they're going to go. And if you trip that requirement, then a study would be required at that point. Does that make sense?
Would that be
No.
a yes or no? It's a really popular restaurant.
Yeah.
And a lot of trips.
I mean, is In-N-Out going to require a traffic study?
Oh,
yeah,
it did. It had to, yeah.
Because the amount of,
Most definitely, yeah.
And it's 111.
They did, the movie theater did, were the most recent projects that required it. So.
because, part of my concern too, within the parking study we're talking about, I don't know if we can blend in the traffic study as well to try to simplify some of these things. If we have a traffic study for a specific area,
Yeah.
and that's expansion in that area, can we use what's already been submitted from a traffic standpoint?
Well, I think that there is some
Is this something
overlap.
we're addressing in that EIR for the village?
Yes, the EIR will be coming back to you shortly regarding the EIR, but that's a key focus of the EIR is to be able to do a project level analysis of the entire village. So we identify, we do a build out scenario, And then we analyze that scenario, which obviously traffic's a key component of that. In fact, traffic and hydrology are the two key items that we're focusing in on for the entire village area. And that'll be coming back to you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, our goal was we invested the money to make that almost a blanket done, so as developers come forward, we've already done.
And that's one of the
That's an
biggest
incentive.
challenges I've heard out there. Or traffic studies, whether it be for the church or for, a gas station or, a restaurant, or beauty school, they all have to have these traffic studies, and that's just one more thing on top of.
And that was.
So we'll be looking at that within the new study.
We will be, and like I said, in general, we doubled the amount before you have to look at a traffic study.
Okay. All right.
That
Thanks,
was
Tim.
just 4 or 5 months ago we did that.
All right. Les, in regard to this map that you gave us and the different lots, are we looking at purchasing any of this land to increase our parking area? Are we, I should say, sure, we're looking at it if someone comes up and knocks on our door per se, but are we have a plan to specifically look at purchasing property?
At this point in time, we don't have any, I guess, strategic identified properties that we're targeting. I'd be reluctant to say a whole lot if we were, because we want to obviously be able to acquire those properties at a competitive price. But we really don't have any definitive properties identified yet. But as you'll recall, that was one of the items that we mentioned to you back in January that we would be looking at and reporting back to you this summer on is the issue of parking in locations within the village, and if there is a need to actually, for the city, to go out and pursue the acquisition of additional lands beyond what we have today. There's at least one area that, yes, I think that, at least from my standpoint, that I would like to see us look at, but we're still investigating that comprehensive aspect of what works and what doesn't. We got a tremendous amount of feedback. One of our, if I could really quick, one of our boards that we had up at our outreach workshop was a representation of how far would you be willing to walk. And it was quite telling when you saw what was put on there. There were people that I was surprised how far they'd be willing to walk from their parking to a particular business. But there were certainly some that were not willing to walk very far at all. And we'll be giving that an update of all of that information here in the next, by the end of the month, we'll have a report prepared and distributed out to you. But that type of information is important for us to have as we take a look at the need for adding additional infrastructure, be it in acquisition of land and surface level parking, be it looking into the potential of a structured parking facility.
I know the structured parking, that structure's going to be extremely expensive.
It is, absolutely.
And versus the cost to just buy land, it would probably be quite a bit less than that parking structure. Whether that be, the land on La Fonda, or north of our current city parking lot across the street from Stuffed Pizza, or others in that area. There's land out there that would do us well from a parking standpoint. And, I'd rather have to see an actual plan to do this versus just kind of waiting for those landowners coming to us, be a more proactive plan, so to speak.
Correct, and we're not necessarily looking for them to come to us. The last purchase that we made was a result of us reaching out and talking with that neighbor.
Good.
So, we are certainly exploring opportunities, but again, we don't want to disclose too much because we want to continue to be able to have a competitive position and working out those transactions.
As was said by Councilmember Ratty, I like option B as well, and giving you some flexibility, less, depending what the needs are. With option B, it seems to give you a little bit more flexibility on what you see the needs are based on who that development is. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Les, with any of these options, are we waiving study requirements completely?
No,
during this interim phase?
that has not been proposed as a part of this to waive any studies at this time.
Could we propose that for the, so, well, it's going to take us until August, once we provide direction on a particular option, that it can even go into effect. So then if a new business presents itself,
and then it's determined that they're going to need a parking study, then that's
I
going to
think
take
the
period.
challenge is the studies aren't that onerous, it's the parking that's onerous. Because in some of the examples, our in lieu fee is $10,500 a space. So in the example Les was talking about, you're now burdening the business if they want to expand by $100,000 if they can't provide parking on site. So what we're trying to do here is come up with a radical way to streamline things for a year and experiment and see what happens. And the studies, we have been backing off studies right and left in terms of the village to try to facilitate business. So the concern I have is that if we're trying to keep this very simple, and if we start adding more and more things on it, it's going to get so complex because there's cause and effects of how the codes are all tied together, and it's tied together to CEQA, that in order to get this done in a short period of time, we may have to try to figure out the networking of all this. So we're trying to keep it very simple versus trying to solve all problems, because the environmental piece is. The second part, you see me squirming over here, we heard from marketing, we're hearing let's buy land for parking. And keep in mind that our general fund for fiscal year 15-16, at least as was proposed 2 weeks ago, has an $87,000 surplus. And we're digging into reserves this year, $105 million, and in order to do the CIP, which is coming up next, another $3.6 million. So I'm sitting back here just getting nervous going, where are we going to get the money from to handle this? And that's part of the struggle that we have, is trying to keep everything balanced financially.
Yes.
Quick question, Les, are we calculating off-street parking into this? I mean, up and down like Desert Club and some of the streets that we have there, do we give credit for parking there?
No, at this point in time, when we calculate parking, we don't take that into consideration only because that's open public parking. So the standard calculation that's done in the community does not take into account on-street parking and what might be available in front of the businesses.
Is there a way we could do that in the short term?
Well, we could, depending on what option you'd like to pursue, but the question would be how far do we go? Because that if someone is looking to expand and they're calculating the vacant property near them, what if that vacant property, a development proposal comes in for that? And so that's part of the reason why we've backed off on not allowing that, only because it's really hard to discern unless you say just immediately adjacent, right in front of the business, to count those spaces only, because you don't want to basically double count, if you will, or give credit beyond what really would be appropriate. But that's certainly something. As we look at ways to consider interim measures, we're open to to a variety of ways to approach it.
Yeah, because people park on those streets anyway, and so if the businesses aren't getting credit for that, if there's a way that we could kind of calculate that in, even in the short term, if what we go with, whatever option, if that's until June, still provides some of these businesses with some leeway.
But by virtue of providing direction for one of these options, it eliminates the need to even do that in most cases.
And if I could add to it, that's why we came up with these numbers, because we were taking into consideration the on-street parking, the fact that there is capacity existing today.
Cool.
So what happens when we do a 50% reduction until next June, and then if we change or don't implement this as a permanent measure, the parking goes back to what's required? Are they signing something at the time of their 50% or 25% reduction that then says, come June, you've got to comply? And will then that require a study of some sort? We can't do that.
The way it would be set up is until the sunset date, if it was at the end of June 16, if they secured a building permit by that date, they would be able to utilize that going forward, as long as they kept the building permit current and finished the project. And the same would hold true if it was a proposed development. If they submitted their village use permit and it was deemed complete, and as long as they kept that permit active, leading to subsequently a building permit, and there was no lapse, they would be able to utilize that reduction. It would basically be there in perpetuity attached to those items as
Right.
long as they saw that through and completed the project.
Okay. And then I think our village survey ended yesterday, was it? Was yesterday the last day?
It ended Sunday.
Sunday, okay. And well, obviously, some of that included parking and willingness to walk and proximity, so I'm sure we'll take into consideration the results of that as we look at permanent solutions going forward.
Yes, as we go through that process, and again, we anticipate in advance to this interim period ending, that we would have new criteria before the Planning Commission and Council for your consideration and ready for implementation, so that when those interim measures sunset, you now have the new standards in place for the village.
Well, I definitely, in terms of options, option C, I don't support at all, because clearly it doesn't give us any kind of control. I actually prefer option A as the most flexible, because oftentimes it's the new development that might need the most help, and going to 50% might give them that greater incentive to allow them to be there. When you're looking at expansion, they're there, they've made the investment, and it's probably less of a investment perhaps on an expansion versus brand new. So I don't know. I like option A at 50%, and I think that we might have do we have a request to speak on this matter? I see that you had an orange form. I figured you'd be coming back up. Wells Marvin.
Thank you. Wells Marvin, owner of Old Town La Quinta. Couple of points, and I think I've communicated with all of you in the last week on this subject in some detail. I was just going to say, like I said before, that what the work that Frank has done and Les have done on this, you've got two experts on planning. You've got a city manager who has made his career of planning, and so you've got in-house much more expert advice than maybe a lot of cities have on this kind of subject, and Les and Frank have seen what other cities have done throughout the state, if not the country, to make standards a little more flexible or innovative. And frankly, our standards are outdated in La Quinta, and I think it's great that Les and Frank have brought this forward to you for action. And as I mentioned to all of you before, the time for action is now, and you can't act on it tonight, but we don't need any more studies. There's a very good 2006 study, which I've read cover to cover. I know Les has read and Frank has read, done by Carl Walker. Frankly, very little has changed in the village since 2006, unfortunately, other than the possible exception of the opening the second phase of Old Town, which was anticipated in that study and has mentioned that study. So I presume all of you have read that study. If you haven't, you certainly should, because really it's up to date, basically, even though it's 9 years old. Nothing has really changed. All the spaces, you'll recognize all the things they're talking about. So I would read that, and it says that there's no parking problem. There will be a few vocal people always that say there is a parking problem, and I see them daily, and they will circle around, let's say in Old Town, they'll go around the block 2 or 3 times because they want to park right in front of the coffee company or right in front of the wine bar or wherever, when there are spaces literally you can see 100 feet away, and certainly hundreds of spaces within 100 yards. And they'll walk 500 yards at the mall if they go to Westfield Mall, but they think they want to park right on Main Street. And so you'll hear about those people, but if you got to look at what your own staff tells you and what this study tells you, which is a more unbiased opinion than just some some person who just doesn't want to walk. I think it's, I would be very much in favor of option A. Anything you do will be better than doing nothing, put it that way. I don't see how option B is fair in that if you're expanding, so you have a 1,000 square foot building and you want to expand it to a 6,000 square foot building to accommodate, in Lee's example, the new restaurant, it would get a 50% reduction on the overall parking required for that expansion. But if somebody wants to come in and buy the lot next door and build a new 6,000 square foot building, the identical restaurant, they would only get a 25% reduction. So I just think that's fundamentally unfair. Maybe the right number is a 40% reduction overall, but I would just make it consistent throughout. It just makes it, you want to keep your rules as simple and as straightforward as possible. So I don't understand, maybe Les and Frank could explain to me what that reasoning is. I don't understand that reasoning. I would keep it one rule. I would also suggest you do it for 2 years, because it's not going to go into effect until August, and then it's going to sunset in June, so you really only got 10 months. And it's not realistic to think, you say somebody has to have a building permit, it's not realistic to think somebody's going to acquire a piece of land, design a building, even a 5,000 square foot building, get all the planning approvals, parking studies, traffic studies, if they needed everything else done, and get a building permit in 10 months. So I think it just, it won't have any effect. So do it for 2 years, and then in the meantime, if you supersede it with something better, you can that's great. And option C, I would say, is I don't know if anybody said they're for it, but is a really bad idea, because that is totally unfair to both existing and new development that, I guess it's fair to new development, because then you could just do anything you want. You could build a 40,000 square foot, and it wouldn't be fair to people that already have buildings in the village. So that would be my 2 cents worth is, I would strongly suggest you go for option A, but anything is much better than what you have now. And I appreciate this, what Frank and Les have done to, be proactive again in pushing this kind of thing forward. We need a lot more of that kind of action rather than just constantly studying things. And the tower market had to do a $40,000, $50,000, 100-page traffic study to expand what was a convenience store and gas station to a little bit bigger convenience store. And that it got open eventually, but that held things up. I recently did a $20,000 parking study for my new project in the village, and the staff has that done by the same Carl Walker company. So all this does, this is the right kind of thing to do to streamline development.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So directions to staff going forward. I do actually like the idea of a 2-year period, knowing that if something comes up sooner based on the plans and the developments going forward by staff, that we can always change that. Is there some provision based on our fiscal year that would stop us from doing a 2-year period?
No.
Okay. But again,
Yeah,
I'm up for as
2
much
years. Well,
flexibility.
that makes sense what he's saying. A new development is going to happen in 10 months.
Right.
But also the aspect of the change of use, and I think that's why I liked some aspect of option B more than others, because of the fact that necessarily when you have a change of use and you may need one extra space, then the street parking kicks in, right? We can have the trade-off.
Right.
So I don't know if option A will need to be just reworked to give you some flexibility on the change of use, then perhaps you don't require additional parking at all. And then we get to fill in the spaces that are empty right now. Change of use, it used to be this kind of business, becomes a different one, but we're not gonna be stickler on the 1 parking or 2 parking spaces because we have the street. So that's what I like of option B. There's the extra layer of flexibility, and as Mr. Wes Marvin pointed out, to leverage your expertise.
But what you're saying, it could be a realtor's office going to a very busy restaurant, and they don't need to do anything.
The chances are that's not gonna happen.
Versus, again, somebody making a new investment or an expansion.
Madam Mayor,
Keep it simple.
If I could real quick, just to clarify again, as to if this weighs in on 1 versus 2 years, I wanted to emphasize, it's not a matter of obtaining a building permit for everything. As I mentioned, there's one of 2 options, either obtaining a building permit, securing that by the sunset date, or submitting a village use permit and having that village use permit deemed complete. So if it were a new project, ground up project coming in, the expectation isn't for them to have a building permit issued by June 30th of 16, but they would have a village use permit in, and that application would be deemed complete. So as you consider that, I'd throw that out. Also, if you did want to go 2 years, I'd like to suggest maybe in a year, we bring it back for your consideration with the potential to extend it another year or however much time you think may be necessary versus an automatic 2-year period. But I just throw those out for your consideration.
I'm for that. I still would like to move forward with option A with then a 1 year with 1 year option we'll revisit.
I'm on board with that.
Yeah, I can.
All right, then we're looking at option A with a 1 year, the possible 1 year extension.
That's our direction going forward as a study session?
On the change of use, I mean, we don't have to go A, B, or C. We can,
Right.
change whatever we want. I like, I think Wells' comment about it being standardized all the way across is good, except for the change of use. I would have to agree with Councilman Moretti. Just no new parking on that. It's only a year. It's, that's it. And go with 50%. Go with A, but no new parking on the change of use is what I would like to see.
What are you saying? Is that
So go
reasonable?
50% on new and expansions, but zero
Right.
requirement
Change of
on
use.
change of use.
Right.
Option A
For
with
1
the
year.
aspect,
I'm
adding
fine
the
with
change
that.
of use.
1
All
year,
right.
we can
Good
look
with
at it
that.
again.
The issue on the timeline, by the way, and I agree, the 2 years, obviously you want to give a little bit of more wiggling room. However, an incentive also needs to inspire urgency. And somebody that's sitting on the sideline and has given this 10 months opportunity to jump on board, that is the incentive, right? And I don't know, we are kind of giving away that sense of urgency by going on a 2-year window.
Well, we're going on a 1-year window and look
We-
at it
we-
again, look
yeah,
at the
okay,
options.
okay, with an option,
So
okay.
right now, it's a sense
As long
of
as the,
urgency is
yeah,
there.
as long as the,
Yeah.
we keep the sense of
Yeah.
urgency.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, Les, you know our direction?
Good.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you. Thank you for your input. All right, study session number 3, the fiscal year budget, 2015 and 16.
While we set up,
Okay?
I feel like the grumpy uncle here now having to come in and take the punch bowl away.
We have got to do something about our time. We stop and then, let's talk about opportunities.
Opportunities?
I'm monkey.
Opportunities are not the. Basically, if you will remember, on May 19th, we brought forward to you an operating budget that was balanced, and the operating budget had a surplus of $87,200. At that same meeting, we brought forward a police services review that also talked about ways that we could increase efficiencies in our police service patrols, as well as increase efficiencies elsewhere. And when we concluded the budget presentation, basically we laid that out, and following past practices here, we said, okay, you all sift on it, we'll sift on it, and we'll come back and have further discussions at a study session before we adopt the final budget or bring a final budget to you for consideration at the second meeting in June. So I've gone back, I've had conversations with police, I've had conversations with the executive team, which is comprised of the department directors, and basically decided to put some proposals on the table for you to think about and consider, because again, in the past, we used to have some pretty lush budget surpluses. We also had a redevelopment agency that 100% or just about 100% funded our capital improvement program. And since the Great Recession and changes in redevelopment, we now are in a new point where we have to live off our general fund and some development impact fees, and we're now seeing the results of those activities. When I was hired as city manager, one of the things that I was given was the task of balancing the budget, because we were then projecting about a $2.2 million structural deficit that we were funding from reserves. And the first thing we did was look internally at our staff and our operations and our consulting practices and all our contracts. And in January of 2013, the City Council took a bold move and reduced our workforce by 25%. If we look at our budget, roughly 70–80% of our annual cost is staff. And that's because we provide services, and that's because this community provides level A services. The citizens require it, and we deliver it. One of the things we didn't look at was the aspect of public safety, which consumes over 50% of our operating budget in terms of expenses. And so we said we'd put that off for a while, so we could look internally and basically deal with those activities that we had direct control of, and then look at the public safety side of the sector and come up with a way that we could maybe reduce costs there or reduce the annual increase of costs by having more efficiencies occur. We did the police services review earlier this year, and that brought forth certain recommendations. And as a result of that review, I am recommending that the council consider reducing the patrol hours by 6.7%. Talked with the police department of how we could handle that in a way that the residents wouldn't see any impacts based upon how we allocate services. And that would open up our surplus for this coming year from $87,000 to, it would add basically another $460,000 to that. What we're here today is to lay out some options for you to consider, because at the same time that we're wringing efficiencies out of the organization, we're also hearing the desire to improve the efficiency of what we're doing, to improve our service levels, to fund additional programs, and to fund capital improvements. And the events of the summer storms have shown us we have additional things we need to look at. And as Councilmember Rade once told me recently, you look at the geographical area of the city of La Quinta, and we're contributing, while we're going to talk about a CIP that still is $19 million, a lot of that's coming from either reserves or it's coming from other funds that are slowly being depleted because we're not replenishing them as fast as we once did. So as we move forward, our annual capital improvement program will start shrinking to $3 million, $2 million a year, and the geographical area of this city is pretty large. So we've come forward in this study session with a proposal to, one, have you consider reducing the police patrol hours to generate that additional $460,000, and that's my recommendation, not the executive team or anybody on the council, so I'm going to take responsibility for that. That would then increase our surplus, our projected surplus, to roughly $547,000. We then have some other things that we would like to have you consider. Other improvements, roughly supplemental requests that are $64,500. Those requests primarily deal with staffing activities, being reclassifying certain positions so we can provide for succession planning and having people move forward in the organization, because one of the things we're also looking at in terms of our organization is that in the next 2 years we'll probably see anywhere from 5 to 7 people retire. And we need to figure out how to replace those people. And we've had people leave the organization or retire earlier from the organization, and we're starting to run up against the wall in terms of recruitments and having to keep recruitments open longer because we've either come across recruits or potential candidates that don't have the classifications and the qualifications for us, or they can still get a better job elsewhere because other cities are paying 100% of PERS costs, 100% of healthcare costs, and higher salaries. So one of the aspects we were recommending as an executive team, now the whole directors and myself included, is to spend $27,000 of that to reclassify 4 positions so we can facilitate upward mobility in the organization. We are then proposing to add 3 new positions. In doing so, we would eliminate contract services in terms of temporary services to the tune of $58,000 and change. And we would eliminate in the budget a position of technology manager that would also reduce that by another $117,000. That would mean that the net fully burdened costs of salary plus benefits plus PERS would be an increase to the budget of $30,000. These 3 positions would be located as follows. We'd have a position in the Public Works and Community Development Department of an office assistant who would then help with the administrative workload of keeping up with goal request, with keeping up with helping process planning commission activities and the like. We'd also add another office assistant type position in the code area. And we want to talk about expanding our code services, because when we had the workshop in January, one of the big rocks that was identified was code. And then finally, we're looking at a management position, an entry management position in the city manager's office. Our rationale there is that we've had discussions about increasing lobbying and legislative activity efforts. We've had discussions about increasing our economic development presence. We've had discussions about increasing some of our other activities in terms of outreach to the community. We're going to be forming a commission or a committee to deal with sales tax and revenue measures. All that needs resources and personnel to deal with that. And at the same time, the business unit that we formed with the reorganization, which is right now comprised of 2 people, are managing the fire contract, the police services contract, the waste contract, economic development, our lobbying efforts, and additional activities. Plus, they're assigned to interdict when we have blockages, if you will, in the organization, to take on special projects to resolve business licenses, animal licenses, code, and the like. Finally, we received a request from Old Town Artisans for $7,500. This should perhaps be in the grant program. It came kind of late, and so we included that in this budget proposal for your consideration. That leaves, let me find the number here so I got it right. That leaves $482,000 that we could invest elsewhere. And I know we have a lot of ideas of what we could do with that money. Well, one of the things is that we're going to be coming forward either at the June meeting or July with a contract proposal to do a program EIR for the village study. That's $150,000. Typically, we would take that out of reserves. We could potentially take it out of the money that we have saved here. That is the effort to basically get the environmental approval and the entitlements in place necessary for the village so we can streamline regulations, reduce parking requirements, reduce the studies that we require on an individual basis, get it done and say your next stop is a village use permit. You don't have to go through all this stuff to get there. Why? Because when this city did that in Highway 111 and did it right before the development started rolling through, development could move forward with environmental and entitlements and all that done, and it became down to looking at the specific site plan and seeing how everything integrated and worked together. Another aspect is that we've had a project action team together that basically has been looking at code. And we're going to be coming forward with a rather unique approach to life in July, August at the latest, with some proposals for you to discuss about reenacting our code effort. We had a very aggressive code effort prior to 2013. We roughly had 8 people who were doing animal and building code compliance activities. We reduced that down to a staff of 5, 4 out in the field and a supervisor. Our metrics show that roughly 60 to 70% of their calls for service deal with barking dogs. And in order to do the barking dogs, that takes not just 1, but perhaps 2 visits and follow-up visits. Plus, if we have loose dogs, it typically requires at least 2 officers out there, 1 to interdict and 1 for backup, to take care of the situation. Our unique approach to this is what we're doing is working with the code officers and saying, okay, you're out there, you see the conditions, there are things that they're very concerned about that they want to address because they're seeing additional cars that are abandoned in driveways, they're seeing additional hoarding, they're seeing this and that is now being handled on the go request and an on-call basis. And they're saying there's a partnership we could have with the community to address this, but we need to make some choices. We need to make choices if we're going to be doing animal and code, or we're going to deal with the animal by moving it into a different parameter and move forward with having their efforts concentrate more on strictly code compliance. What will be unique about this is we're going to be bringing those animal code officers in with their recommendations to you all. so we can all meet one another and talk, and you can hear firsthand, like I've learned after going on ride-alongs with them, of what's going on out there and what needs to be done. And they have a very, very interesting perspective of what we need to do in this community, throughout the community, and throughout the non-gated communities, of how to make that happen. Well, in looking at some initial costs of either adding another dedicated staff to do animal control or contracting it out like Palm Desert is doing, and I believe Indio's doing with the county, that's going to be another $113,000 to $120,000 on an annual basis. So what we're asking is to say, okay, if we make these bold leaps with police services, let's keep the money for a while so we can just see if we needed to increase patrol hours because crime trends change. We can invest in some of these strategic programs that we've talked about, or keep the money there and dealing with unknowns that come up through the next fiscal year. So in conclusion, what we're looking for is basically your thoughts and ideas, like we just discussed with the parking study, or the parking issues, excuse me, for you to consider what you think about these thoughts, and then we will put these together in the final budget, plus whatever other thoughts and ideas you may have had in reading through our encyclopedia budget here, that we'll then put forward in the final budget to bring forward to you for consideration on June 16th. So with that, we have Chris and Rita and our police chief and our assistant chief and I available here to answer questions you may have.
Thank you, Frank. All right, let's start with Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
I did a little bit of math here, and if we reduced our hours to 140, did do the EIR study for the village, the animal services for 120,000. I think that's good, because if we went with 113, we'd still have to buy a new vehicle, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's not included in this cost. And having been on the Animal Control Commission for a while, those cities, of course, Indio's new with contracting, but Palm Desert, I think Rancho Mirage, and all contract with the county, and I think that would be a very smart move, and then we'll have those code officers to work on our codes and not barking dogs, or whatever. And then I would take an additional $50,000 out of that to pump up the marketing budget. And that leaves us basically with $162,700 left. But if we took the $7,500 out of that, so we're at 10, 16, or 150 something thousand. The $7,500 to the Old Town Artisans, I think that should come out of our grant program, should go that avenue. And there are a lot of reasons for that. It's kind of like following the rules. So, and then we've always had, or lately we've had funds left over in that account anyway, so I'd rather see that than just it's almost a gift of public funds sort of request. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure what that would be, but it would be in the, maybe the 160 something, 168,000 or something we'd have left about approximately, if we didn't do the 7,500.
I missed something you had. You had the EIR study, 150?
100 and,
150.
Oh, it's 150, I'm sorry. I have a, whoops, no, I have that. 150, 120 for the animal services,
Oh, 100,
and
okay,
50.
that's what I was missing.
50 for
Yeah.
marketing.
50 for the marketing.
So you're doing this based on the adjustment on police services?
Yes.
With the remaining overage?
Yes, yes.
And accept it?
That leaves us with $170,200 for emergency.
And you're supporting the administrative support position?
I do.
Right.
This is why we have fire
Right.
committees. But that's not our, we hired him to do this,
Right.
so that's not our deal. I would like to have just some monies left over for emergencies, because they always come up. But, so I'd be comfortable with this. That's all. That's all.
Councilmember Osborne.
Thank you. I agree with everything you've proposed.
Wow.
That's it.
Councilmember Pena.
I was there too. You know, with the artisans, I was a little concerned with that too, since the library may be under construction during the summer as well too. So I don't know whether they're going to plan on doing that this summer if that's what they're going to do. So that might not have worked out so well as well. But yeah, I'd like to save some more dollars for that marketing.
Councilmember Ratty.
Well, and obviously on the artisan studio, we don't want to set a precedent that then we get this request all the time, and the grant program is in place for that particular reason. I agree with everything you said. I see where you started with, and obviously we need to absolutely take care of our need for internal operation. And that is a priority we discussed last time. One of the things that was said last time that was very well phrased by Rita was that the balance was budget, but it did not meet all our needs. And this is an opportunity to further meet the needs for the city staff, the operation, and definitely leave something on the table, because emergency will come up, and we need to know. We've been reaching in the reserves quite a bit, and we're talking about tonight to do another 3.684. So that's, we need to become a self-help city. And a self-help city, just like the Measure A for the county, did miracles. So we really need to look into that. It's becoming concerning. So I totally support what you said.
Okay, well, it's quicker than you thought, huh? Well, okay. So, we still have CVEP at 10,000, right? We just agreed to support 10,000 for the East Valley Coalition. We have $100,000 built in for economic development, of which last year we used about half. So I would support adding 50 to marketing as suggested by Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. Do we move that to 100 and adjust the economic development piece, since there's not going to be a $40,000 CVEP study for an iHub? And or if we've got $20,000 being used by other people to grow the economy, what's the flavor of going to 100,000?
Can we use that 50?
Not, I mean, we're rebudgeting another 100, of which we're coming off a year that we only used half.
Okay.
And that, and 40,000 of that half was the CVEP deal. So we potentially, it's just shifting the use of that piece, and it's all to drive tourism and TOT.
So the 100,000 for economic development will go down to 50, and of that 50, we're spending 10,000 with the East Valley and 10,000 with CVEP.
Correct.
So that leaves 30,000 left over for economic development. Okay. One thing I would ask, is the 10,000 for CVEP, if we can stipulate that that goes into the workforce excellence program.
Thank you.
That
So
goes
that's
in
not
for those
economic
kids.
development. Basically, it's scholarships.
Scholarship
Right,
money, yeah,
for
to get
La
those
Quinta.
kids into, for La Quinta,
Right,
thank you.
right. The other thing is, I would like to suggest we revisit the timing of the grants. I support not setting a precedent, and I support them submitting under the program. We moved to twice a year a while back when we cut down the budget significantly. I think now the timing of requests is such that perhaps we either do 3 or 4 times a year, go back to 3 or quarterly. So that it gives those, because it seems like we're getting event-specific requests, and they're getting it like right before, and they've missed the application period. Almost like the commissions, whereby they can submit any time during the year, knowing that they might have a particular thing coming up, and we develop our ad hoc committees as such. Would you be comfortable with that, Edie, and your crew?
Well, there's only been a couple that that's happened with. I think our staff would be more comfortable with 3, but we'll do whatever you want.
3, good.
How much is in that grant program?
Should be 60.
60,000, that's what we're budgeting?
And we didn't use all that either.
Yeah, we did, and we used about half of that. I mean, one of the things that I mentioned earlier is regarding a grant for the schools, whether from the elementary schools to the middle school to the high school. What do you guys think about doing an annual grant to the schools? They can compete against it, whether that be $20,000 or something for a specific program for these La Quinta schools.
Well, I think I
Out of
remember
that
you mentioning.
$60,000, I mean, within that fund.
I remember you mentioned that in the prior study session. We were going to look at, of that grant money, how much went to a school entity, because I could think a large percentage of what we're donating now are going to various school programs.
This year, 20,000, 10 of it went to the middle.
Right.
20 of how much we spent of the 60, we spent
About
40? So we're giving them half already, yeah. So I think that's consistent. Councilmember Pena.
It was mentioned before, too, about some of these potential events that we might have during the off-season or 4th of July. Maybe we could either revisit it midterm or at least put some money in for some of those events that we might want to have.
That could be the up to marketing dollars.
Exactly, and I was going to say, if we're kicking that money in there, that could be used for that sort of thing. But I think that we need to have some money for some of those events locally.
Right. And I would like to ask that either Captain Schaus or Assistant Police Chief Walton come up and talk to us about ensuring the level of safety and security of our residents with the proposed adjustment, knowing that we've been collaborating on this process since the study began.
Thank you for calling me up now and not earlier.
No, we needed that back.
I saw you were ready.
Well, yes.
We wanted to.
In short, we support the city manager's recommendation. I think it's something that, with the caveat that we all need to pay attention to what's going on in the community. Right. We do have Prop 47, which is in effect. We haven't seen the full effects of that. That's been in effect since November. We also are feeling the effects of AB 109. Violent crime has increased so far this year in all three of the areas that thermal station serves. And we had an uptick last year. So I think the reduction to 140 hours can be absorbed. I think we have plenty of other staff, set team members and voters and business district officers and supervisors and detectives out there that are augmenting that 140 hours anyway. So we just need to be diligent and pay attention and down the road if there's a need to adjust one way or the other, then we need to probably be open to those adjustments. Hopefully there's an adjustment downward. We wouldn't mind going down in hours too if the crime were able to drop
nice.
As a correlation. So yeah, we support the city manager 110%. We've got a great working relationship with the city manager as well as his assistant, and so we'll just move forward and keep our eyes and ears open.
And so in terms of perception from the community and our residents, will it be a visible change? Will it be a seamless?
Well, our patrol officers work 10-hour shifts, so the current level of 150 hours a day is essentially 15 officers spread over a 24-hour period. So we're going to drop down to 14 officers. So will people notice? I don't know. People sometimes complain that they don't see us now.
Right, that's true. That's true.
Part of the feedback that the consultant got was that some of the community wanted more officers. You could probably go up to 200 hours a day and people would say the same thing. Yeah. So will people notice? I don't know. The proof will be in the numbers. Proof will be in the data and the crime stats. We're trying to also, we took heed to some of the consultants' feedback with regard to getting the word out better with regard to our outreach efforts. Yeah. You listed at the study session or the consultant's report all of the activities that we do on a regular basis. I think people don't know about them as well as maybe they should, and so we're planning on bolstering our efforts in outreach to provide crime prevention information to the community, to let them know about the activities that we're involved in, to do that community outreach in a more meaningful way. And we've got some other ideas with regard to enhancing our community outreach. I think that will help counterbalance the, not seeing it black and white on somebody's street.
Right, okay. Lieutenant Walton, anything you'd like to add?
No, I agree 100%, Madam Mayor, with what the chief has said.
Questions while they're up here?
A couple, well, not a question, but a comment. First of all, you don't, you even think about a cop until you need one. And secondly, I want to congratulate you and your team on your quick reaction, not only at the situations that we had in town, especially with the fire and the people you guys caught very quickly. I was absolutely impressed. And I think people don't realize how quickly and how active you guys really are on a lot of those things.
Yeah, well, thank you. Appreciate that. We were very fortunate. We got some good information, a lot of hard work getting the word out to other neighboring law enforcement agencies. We ended up getting a tip, and that tip led to the arrest of these individuals. We've got a really solid case against these two 18-year-olds who lit fire at somebody's house after they burglarized it, and then attempted to turn the gas on at another house. Fortunately, the house didn't ignite, but probably had visions that house would go up in flames too. So, very serious case, but thank you for...
Yeah, I wanted to echo that too. Outstanding job, you guys. Outstanding job. Your detectives, whoever was working on it. Thank you very much. But I would agree. I mean, if we leave this where it is, as proposed, and we've got a bit more of 100,000 plus, in the surplus, then we can set that aside. And if we need to change those hours, we certainly can.
Revisit it.
And the city's always been very diligent in setting aside in the budget special operations money that Lieutenant Walton and I used for extra patrols for our holiday theft suppression program.
Right.
We're doing robbery suppression patrols. And so we have the flexibility with that money to move people around where they need to be.
Good. Very good. Kristen?
Just a quick comment. You have a cadet program too, don't you?
Beg your pardon?
A cadet program for students?
Yes, we have a cadet program in the
Okay, I don't think we should keep that a secret. I think maybe in conjunction with the city, we can do some advertising on that to, I'm sure you have plenty of kids there, but I think, I would like for the community to know about it some more.
Is this the elementary school cadet program, the ROTC program, or both?
I don't know. It's the
Well, we have two youth organizational programs that we are very aggressive to support. One of them is the Explorer Post. The Explorer Posts are that middle age to or older youth to almost young adulthood that we want to get them kind of indoctrinized into law enforcement activities. And they serve a wide range of services to not only La Quinta, but the whole region. They're usually out of graduation at La Quinta High School. You'll see them out there helping and stuff like that. So they're a great organization that we want to continue to move in supporting. Then we have the younger kids, and that's made up of children at the middle school age for La Quinta specific. They actually apply to the SRO as the school resource officers, and it's not a boot camp, it's not a troubled youth program. But they take these kids and they put them through a regimen emphasizing core values like honor, duty, community service, not police, but just those basic fundamentals of leadership. And so with that, what we're trying to do now is we're trying to follow those kids that have been successful in that program or have completed that program and find out how they did and how's their attendance, how's their grades, did they maintain, did they go off to college? Those are the kind of the buyback that we're trying to find so we can present that to them.
Great. Okay, that's the one in the summertime. The cool field trips and,
Yeah, in the cadet program, we host 50 kids from La Quinta every year, and we'll be doing that again this summer.
Great.
You're doing a great job. Okay.
It's quite a task too. The SROs take that on
Seriously.
but it's well worth it.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and again, public safety remains a priority for this council, and we will venture through this together, and I think that it's a testament to what we can still provide to our city, and really just assess the process like we've been doing with everything else that's been presented to us to make sure that we're efficient and service-oriented.
If I may just say
Yes.
one aspect about the daily report that we're getting right now, I think it's extremely helpful.
The incident report,
The
yeah,
incident
I
report.
really like that too.
It's really
Yeah.
tremendous help. We know exactly where we are, and we are really involved with the agency. So it's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good job. Okay. So back to our budget direction. So it looks like we're supporting the recommendations, number one, by city manager and collectively the executive team, with the exception of requesting that Old 10 Arts and Studio go through the grant process as stated in the grant policy, moving forward with the allocation of $150,000 for the EIR and the $120,000 for the code enforcement component, code compliance, animal services, and then looking at kicking up the marketing by 50 with a reallocation from economic development and additional 50 from the surplus. Is that what we're agreeing?
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
And that still leaves us with,
How much?
172,000. Yeah.
pardon?
170,200.
Yes, 170,000.
170,000.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Are you wanting us to back out the 7,500?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. So let's go ahead and do that.
170,200.
I just put it in 7,500.
Good job. Good
There you
job. So does that provide the direction you need to move forward?
All right.
And I should see smiles from the marketing team? Okay. Very good. We do, thank you. Good job. Good job. All right. We're going to take a deviation from the agenda so that we can move to our public hearings, because I do have people in the audience that are here to speak on behalf of the public hearings. We're scheduled for 5 o'clock. Yes.
3 hours ago?
Yes. I'm thinking it should be fairly expeditious. All right, our first public hearing is adopt a resolution confirming diagram and assessment for Landscape and Lighting Assessment District 89-1, fiscal year 2015-2016. Brief staff report,
Yes,
please.
I will keep it brief, Madam Mayor, council members. This is the annual public hearing for the Lighting and Landscape Assessment District. The actions tonight are basically in accordance with the 1972 Lighting Landscape Act that was that created the district back in 1989. The district originally included a lot more than just the right-of-way landscape maintenance, included facilities maintenance around parks as well. But now, through Proposition 218, it's been limited to what you see before you. Proposition 218 also had the effect of limiting the ability to increase the rate, which has been locked in at $35.60 per. We've upgraded from EDUs to EBUs, though, to match what the current terminology. EBU is equivalent benefit unit instead of equivalent dwelling unit. So, looking at the fiscal impacts, looks very similar to last year. Our revenues are right around $959,000, which is a little bit less than last year. Estimated expenditures at $1.6 million, offset partially by the CSA 152, which is the storm water, $9.99 that we also collect. And in this case, we're saying it's for the retention basin maintenance, so that's the stormwater application there. The shortfall is about $32,000 less than last year. Most of it's through savings on utilities as we're moving into using less water. We're anticipating a cost savings there, so that's the good news, or the silver lining in this story tonight. So the public hearing, as we said, is one of the things that's required. The other thing is the engineer's report, which is an attachment to the staff report, lays out the methodology, the assessment diagram, and so forth for the district. At the public hearing, we're required to take testimony regarding any proposed changes to the district. Of course, we're not really recommending any changes. We're recommending maintaining the same assessment level as before. Any reduction or adjustments in the engineer's report to lower it, of course, affects the general fund contribution to the program. And then, but raising it would require that special benefit analysis as well as a citywide vote in order to raise that rate. That concludes my staff report. We do have representatives from Willdan if we want to get into the details of the engineer's report, but that would conclude my staff report. Be happy to answer any questions you might have. Madam Mayor?
Questions of staff? Councilmember Osborne.
In regards to the number of equivalent benefit units, the EBUs, that number's been going down for quite a while now. And, you know, like the property we had over there at Avenue 50 and Jefferson, where it was going to be a big grocery store, and they removed all that, and 7 or whatever became 1.
Right.
Which we lost out then on these fees on 7 lots versus 1. And I don't know if it's that type of issue that has consistently reduced these number of units.
It's partially that. I would ask the Stacy Reynolds for Willdan to actually come up and present the details. There's actually 7 parcels that actually drove the reduction, and she could answer it better than I could.
Stacy, thank you for your patience.
What happens is, every year, we go through a reevaluation of the parcels. Counties determine what's taxable, what's non-taxable. A lot of properties lose their assessed value, and once they lose that assessed value, it becomes non-taxable. And they put a code, so we can no longer tax those parcels. So that's why you see a decrease in your EBU. Say the parcel that you're referring to, that's based on a land use classification.
Okay.
We have to charge it based on the methodology that's assigned to that land use classification. So that will decrease the dollar amount also.
Now, did you say, so if a property goes down in value, we would lose that? So if a resident went from 500,000 in value down to 300?
Not a residential parcel. So
Okay.
we're talking about vacant parcels. At one time, a vacant parcel would have an assessed value on it, and you can charge it as a vacant land. Right now, when they went through and they did a reassessment, a lot of vacant properties became zero because they couldn't have any tangible money coming in on that property. So a lot of them are assigned a zero assessed value now. So they come up with a non-taxable code, say 370, and you can't not tax them.
Now, if they go back up in value, will we be able to do that in the future?
Yes, if they go back up in value and they show us that value greater than, say, I think if the cutoff is like $10,000, we can tax them again.
So
But
based,
right now, it's zero assessed value, you don't want to charge them based on acreage times 1 EBU. So if it's 35 acres, you're going to charge them 35 EBUs times $35, where their properties aren't worth anything.
so, I mean, based on these numbers, plus or minus 60 units reduction, so 60 parcels went down to a zero value.
Well, 3 of them were timeshares, and the timeshares were slated as non-billable portions of timeshares, so they became non-taxable. And then the other 4 were in vacant properties that have 0 or $1 assessed value.
So there's nothing we can do regarding the reduction of these units?
No.
Is that true, City Attorney?
That's
Not
correct.
that I
unless-
don't believe you.
I think I got your back here. No, what is true, as was mentioned by Mr. Jonason, is that if you were to try, well, since it's a property-based tax, whatever the assessed value is will apply. If you want to try and increase the rate, then you've got the issues of voter approval.
That's a whole different discussion. I just hate to keep losing these units.
But the assessed value is done by the assessor, and so that is unfortunately, a driving force behind all ad valorem and other property-based
That means the county's
taxes.
not getting anything either.
No, they would be getting, none of the taxing entities would be, based on if they're not assessed anything.
And what, this number of 26,948 units, what date is that as of? Is that a 13 or 14, or is that? Well, I'm looking at the EBUs for 15-16, you have a number of units of 26,948.
That's based on the applied
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Any other questions for Stacy Wonder? Thank you. Any other questions of staff or consultants? No? This is a public hearing, so at this time I will open up the public hearing. If anybody would like to speak on the matter, please come forward. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing, and the matter is before the council.
I move adoption of a resolution of the City Council, resolution number
025.
201-025, confirming the diagram and assessments for fiscal year 2015-2016 Landscape and Lighting Assessment District 89-1 pursuant to the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972.
Second.
There's a motion and second. Please vote.
Councilmember Osborne, your student.
Whoops. I must have hit the wrong button. I was supposed to be a yes.
So motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Must have hit it with my knee.
Okay. Public hearing item number 2 is adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2015-2016 through 2019-2020 capital improvement program. Staff report for starters.
I'll apologize right up front. I'm battling the flu, so I'm not my peppy, joyful self. So there'll be no jokes this evening. We'll go straight to the good stuff. The item before you is the fiscal 2015-16, 1920 CIP program. Next slide, please. In summary, you're looking at 22 projects for a total of $19.8 million. They'll be funded from a variety of funds, including bond proceeds, Quimby, and 18%, over 18% from unallocated general fund reserves. Just a brief recap on how we got to this point. As you recall, on April the 12th, we had a very engaging study session. Staff presented a slate of projects. We asked you to fill out worksheets to force rank all of the projects, and we used that information to craft what's before you this evening. My first set of slides will be the items that were force ranked by the worksheets, and then I have a second set of slides, or we have a second set of slides for projects that we talked about during the sessions and other things that have come up during real-world events, namely the governor's drought initiatives. So with that, the first category is transportation projects. In that category, you ranked Eisenhower pavement rehabilitation, Dune Palms improvements, the bridge and the road between Black Hawk and Evac Channel, the slurry of $1.1 million worth of North La Quinta residential streets, and a new traffic signal at Jefferson and Dunbar. In the parks and facilities category, you ranked the regional skate and BMX park in North La Quinta. Before you get all excited, this is not the final design. This is a concept design. It could look like this, but of course we're going to engage the skate and BMX community to make sure we incorporate all the design features that the community wants. But this will give you a flavor of what it could look like.
Scooter will be included. Skate, scooter, and BMX?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, this will include skate and BMX. That's correct. That's correct. We have one, at least in the budget that's before you this evening, it includes some portion of money for the BMX track, and then another portion for the skate track. And the concept that you have before you is also for skate and BMX.
No turf, though.
Yeah, without the turf.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. This was a previous year's picture. Indeed. Also in parks and facilities, you ranked trailhead improvements up at the Cove, the pedestal for the art piece, including Desert C.A.M in the Jefferson Roundabout, security systems in various buildings, including the parks, and then some additional utility monies for finishing the modular restroom at La Quinta Park. As far as additional projects for 15-16, these are the projects that were not specifically shown in your staff report. These have come from the governor and from other sources and are here for your consideration this evening. Under water efficiency, turf and landscape conversion on the Civic Center campus, Madison Street median, Fritz Burns Park, and then out of the fire fund, Fire Station 70. Next slide, please. For transportation, five-legged roundabout, Eisenhower at Montezuma, completing the median at Miles, including landscaping, and then one that you talked about at a previous study session, which is the driver feedback signs for Avenida Bermudez and Blackhawk, and that's for the speed reduction for those two streets. Next slide, please. At our last study session, you asked, were there any drainage projects that staff could bring back now in advance of the focus drainage study that our RBF is undertaking that is not due to come back until September. Staff has identified two projects in that regard. Those are intersection improvements and pipe improvements, Calle Tampico at Bermudez, and then also protection and pipe systems for Rudell Lane. And those two we can put in the CIP now, or recommend for you to put in the CIP now. And then as the study from RBF finishes, it can be used to validate some of the information that we have currently on those two projects. Next slide, please. In the next 4 fiscal years, which as a reminder are not going to be funded with your action this evening, there is a water efficiency initiative to convert all of North La Quinta turf at about $500,000 per year to get that all onto Desert C.A.M. It'll either be the Desert Efficient pallet or the Desert Oasis pallet. And as you recall, that project is currently under construction now. When it's completed, we'll ask for your feedback. We'll also be able to provide some analysis on the water and the maintenance costs on the two different pallets. That'll be forthcoming to you as well. On the transportation arena, we're looking at the Fred Waring pavement repair, widening Madison between 52 and 54, potentially Highway 111 and La Quinta Center Drive dual left turns, potentially a signal at 47 and Callao Bay depending on the movie theater expansion, and then of course the Avenue 50 bridge. Also in out years, we put a placeholder for drainage projects that may arise out of the September study that's coming back to you when RBF finishes that. So we just put placeholders in there in case there's projects that come out of that study.
I need to ask a question. Madison widening, Avenue 52 to 54?
Yeah, that's the City of Indio is the lead project on
No,
that.
that's not 52 to 54.
It's 50.
Oh,
50 to 52.
Thank you. Yes, good catch. Absolutely.
I was wondering about that. Wait a second.
It looks pretty good. I know.
No, I know.
Yeah.
No, that's a typo. Thank you for catching that. Okay, and then again in the parks and facilities category, once the regional skate and BMX park is finished, staff is proposing to convert Fritz Burns Skate Park to tennis and pickleball. We have survey data that shows that there's a desire for that, and then for the La Quinta Park Skate Park, to convert that to basketball courts, and then also to replace playground equipment at the various parks and to do the Fritz Burns pool improvements. Next slide, please. So the recommended action for you this evening is to open the public hearing, take any testimony, make any adjustments to the CIP that you deem necessary, and then approve the fiscal year 2015-16 through 19-20 CIP. And with that, staff standing by for any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of staff?
Yes?
Yes, Councilmember Osborne.
Thank you. I'm missing it here. The roundabout you mentioned at Montezuma
And Eisenhower.
and Eisenhower, how much is that?
430 is from
Yeah.
DIF.
Okay.
Anticipated budget of 416,000.
Okay, and that's all coming from DIF funds?
That's what we're projecting. Basically we have a signal under the old diff And what we would do is, if council concurs, is we would next fall update the diff. It's due to be updated anyway, and then we would use a roundabout at that location for the additional funding there. So it would increase the cost by incorporating into the diff, and we would have a funding source at that
Now,
time.
in regards to the diff in general, and in regards to the governor's mandate regarding water conservation, is there any way at all we can use diff money for any of this water conservation programs?
Nick could probably answer that, but he's shaking his head. No, because
The governor hasn't loosened up any of these other fundings
Well,
available to make some
yeah.
of these changes? Please.
Please.
Right, yeah.
Basically, your development impact fee is for new capital projects. It's not for converting or rehabbing or anything like that. It's basically the developers are paying for their impact to a certain element of improvement, either your fire stations, your civic centers, your transportation, whatnot. You know, so where we have projects like turf conversion and meeting, well, the turf's already there, you're rehabilitating it to convert to water efficiency, so you can't use an impact fee for that.
And how about some improvements to our drainage system? Can we use diff funds for that?
For, if your study, let's say, determines that there's a nexus between what the improvements are that are being proposed and what new development is doing, then there is a possibility that you could create a drainage diff. Okay, you don't currently have one of those in your system right now. Okay,
Does that require a whole new diff?
it would, it would be the same study, but it would be another chapter that would basically deal with drainage, and you would have to draw a direct relationship between the drainage improvements that are being proposed and the impacts that are being created by the new development. They call that the nexus.
Okay, okay, thanks, Nick. Last question, the Madison Street median landscape conversion of $1.3 million. I mean, I drove that just last night. I mean, you got about a half mile of turf. That's all you got there, is just a half mile of turf. I mean, the 1.3 million to take out that little bit of turf?
Well, it's not just taking it out, it's, you know, reinstalling desert landscaping that looks appropriate for Madison Street.
Could you say, all right, because they've got Desert C.A.M below Avenue 56, I believe.
Right.
Using that same model, put that up between 54 and 56, so it's one consistent landscape design, and I just struggled to see that being $1.3 million.
Yeah, that's essentially what we're proposing, possibly with the modification of looking at how 52 and Amigo turns out with the drought tolerant pallets that we're planting for there. But we're just, the square footage cost, it plays out, it's a long stretch, it's a mile. And so it adds up quickly, the cost.
Yeah, I figured it's a mile, but I mean, there's other spots that aren't turf, whether intersections or some of the median areas, and so the actual grass in itself, I guesstimated at only half a mile of actual grass. And then would we be getting a rebate from CBWD for the removal of that turf?
That's true. None of our proposals at this point, because I don't know for sure what the program's going to be. I assume we're going to get $1 a square foot back from them, and that's what the preliminary discussion's been about, but we don't know that yet, so.
Will we need to apply for that as soon as possible while the funds are still available?
I plan on doing just that. Actually, what I would propose we do is, once we've outlaid our program, I want to get with CVWD staff and actually have funds set aside that aren't necessarily going to impact HOAs and others that want to come in and do the turf conversion. And that it's similar to what Rancho Mirage did when they did their large, they did about 100,000 square feet, I guess, a few years back on one of their main arterials, and we would do the same thing. And so we would have that laid out in some sort of MOU so that we would have that funded separately is what I would recommend.
Okay. Thank you. And that's all I have.
Okay, Councilmember Greenwood?
No
Questions?
I do actually have a question. In regard to the skate, scooters, and BMX park, when we had the discussion back a couple months ago, I believe, one number was thrown out about 1.5 million all in, and now I see here 3.4.
We'd have,
There was the purchase of the land, plus there was a the option,
Steve might have the
just want to know where we
latest
are
on
with
that.
Yes, that's exactly correct. The original budget now was $1 million for just construction of the skate park.
Okay.
Then we got into, we're going to need a facility there for demand with
Okay.
restrooms, and we also came into acquiring the property from the housing authority to the city, so that was part of the purchase price too. And then also the BMX
The
component.
BMX, so it's going to look like awesome facility.
The slide that you saw is based on a concept for just the skate facility. That's 20,000 square feet. That doesn't include the square footage of the BMX, the parking lot, the concession building with restrooms. So it grew in price.
It's going to be all out, incredible facility, great. What's going to happen to the current one? The skateboard? Basketball? Okay.
That's what we're proposing, yes.
And while you're up here, Steve, is there a possibility to advance the pickleball concept? Is there a way, my understanding is 1 tennis court equals 4 pickleball courts?
One tennis court is 2 pickleball courts.
Pickleball? Is there a way to dual stripe them so they could be used for either?
Exactly. That's one of the concepts we were looking at, to do 1 full tennis court and 1 tennis court dual pickleball, or we could do both tennis courts as pickleball. You just end up with a lot of lines on the ground, so it can be. But I do have some concepts that it's been done in multiple places that you can go either way. You can either set it up as just 2 tennis courts, or you can set it up as 4 pickleball courts.
Perfect. Okay.
So we can go either way, and that we can bring that when we move forward on that project of how we actually want to attack it.
Well, the nice thing about the location of this, going back to the skate, scooter, and BMX park is with the additional spur that was approved for the CV Link project that goes up to the high school, it'll be a natural progression there for people coming from all over the valley.
Right.
Yeah, it'll be all over the valley will come to this facility.
Yes.
It will be the #1 in the valley. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Reddy, continue, please.
Just one more questions about the improvement of the pool. We have it slated for 17-18, correct? Okay. So it is in the horizon.
Is that right, Ed?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I feel like
Thank you.
something, is that?
That's it, thank you.
You're good with all this, really? Okay. Something kind of snuck in. So a question on the Civic Center campus turf conversion. Is the mandate to reduce turf or the mandate to reduce water usage? So if there's additional technology that would allow grass to stay green but reduce water efficiently, are we looking at that?
Yeah.
Not exactly.
Well, yeah, they have that drip system that's under the turf.
We've met with the gentleman that represent, I thought his name was.
Gidco or something?
Yeah, Gidco's the company. Gideon, I think is the name of the individual, the local rep. And we're looking for a site to try that out. I think Steve does have some experience with subterranean irrigation. And so we were looking at possibly Fire Station 70 as a location for that.
Okay.
I've worked with this product in the past. It's actually not new. It's been around for quite a while. And in the early 90s, I did try some installations around my golf course that I was working on at the time. And it's a good product for areas where that's passive, where you don't get any active use. If it's an area that you have to apply fertilizers on a routine basis, or if you have to aerate, it's not a good area, because an aerator is going to go right through this stuff. And when you put down fertilizers or things that you need to water into the turf, you need to bring an above-ground irrigation in to water in your fertilizers. So where it worked out best in the applications that I've used in the past was just in parking lot areas where there was turf in the parking lot. So it really wasn't an impact area, it was just people walking past.
So
I guess the challenge with that would be is, you don't want to spend the money per se, even though it might be subterranean cost efficient, on a passive area if it's not going to be a used area. That should be something we reduce anyway.
Right. And to answer your original question, it's a 36% reduction from the efficient or tier 2 level. Otherwise, you start paying a lot more for water. That's the mandate, and it's by meter, so that means that the 150 or 160 or so meters that we have, they're going to look at each one of them and see where we stand, and then if we're not meeting, if we're only if we're exceeding 64% of the efficient rating, we're going to be paying a lot more from water next year. So
Did we budget for additional water costs?
actually, we reduced our water cost in the L&L district because we have already shown from past years that just by not doing the overseeding of the retention basins and the parks and in North La Quinta, we're actually doing pretty well in terms of water efficiency. So it's, the conversion is definitely going to help, and it's going to give you an aesthetic, that is going to be better than brown grass.
And the other aspect of this is on June 16th, we're coming forth with a study session on water reduction strategies to give you an update on what we're doing, how we're dealing with the 160 meters. We won't have the costs in yet because it goes into effect in July in terms of
Shows up on the July bill is when they're going to start charging those rates.
What we're looking at, not only what you have here in the CIP, but other turfed areas throughout the city that the city owns and maintains.
I also have a concern about the 1.3 million on the Madison media. It's just,
Well, bear in mind, that was at the, I don't want to call it Desert Elite, but that's not it. The efficient landscape cost. It was, when we were looking at La Quinta Lush, it was like a $1.8 million project. And so if we can cut that landscaping cost down closer to the Oasis cost, that would put it under $1 million in at that point for that retrofit. So that's why, this demonstration project on 52 and Amigo is so important that we take a look at it, because I think from a water efficiency standpoint and also a capital cost standpoint, we're really going to need to decide what we want to do, not just on Madison, but in North La Quinta also.
this really makes that roundabout restriping project more affordable, right? And you see 1.3 for a median.
That's right.
Okay. I guess on the drainage projects, I know that those are kind of earmarked. I'm just wondering if we just hold that until we get that study back and figure out what we might need and what that finding shows versus dedicating things right now. I mean, is it?
That would be fine, I think, for the larger project, the Bermudas, Tampico drainage. That's actually something that was identified from an earlier drainage study to help the village in particular drain better on Tampico. I would recommend, though, we keep the $254,000 project in. What that is a pipe that actually we inherited from an older subdivision in the Westward Ho area that collapsed after the water district. It sticks out into the Whitewater Channel, and the district during their maintenance crushed the end of the pipe, causing it to back up in the 2013 storm and caused quite a bit of damage to some houses that are upstream from the discharge of that pipe. So I would recommend we do that.
Okay.
And also that is a conservative estimate based on us having to do extra things that the water district might make us do since we're working in the channel.
They damaged it. What responsibility did they have to the repair?
They have none, because there was no easement recorded all the way out to the channel when the county installed the pipe. And so they said that was not on their dime.
Okay.
So that's part of the project, is to get an easement also for the pipe.
If there's no other questions of staff, I will open the public hearing. And we do have a request to speak, another patient resident, and that would be Janiel Austin.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Janelle Austin, and I'm here for a lost cause, obviously. I'm concerned about improvements for the Fitzburns Park and the pool area in specific. You have a lot of citizens currently who are driving to Palm Desert to do their aerobics program. We went to the city commission, or the Community Services Commission here, and asked that we could get a jump start on a water aerobics, and that was approved. And then from that, we were asked to make a presentation to you. We're just asking that you move the capital improvement funding for the pool from what we were told was the 216, 217, and now you're telling us 217, 218, back into this year. Not asking you to move it for the fact of looking at it from the aspect of funding it for this year, but so that it could be considered for all the different opportunities down the road. I have a packet here. I've addressed some of the issues that I'm sure that you would say, but we can't do that. And number one would be the water shortage. So I took it upon myself to call the Coachella Valley Water District, and they said that they would approve the project. I've got the information here of the person I contacted, and they said that the main concern they have with pools is that the evaporation and the number of pools in the communities, and that if you're running an efficient pool, that you could be saving like $100,000 in your bills just on the pool itself. I wasn't able to come up with how often your pool is drained, and it's an automatic fill, so I can't come up with any figures in that, but some of your staff can figure out. The next thing is that publicly owned and operated pools, you have to deal with income projections. According to the Facilities Development Department of the USA, swimming, the access fees are only part of the equation. Income generating options are swim lessons, pool rentals for parties, rent for swim teams to practice, and community exercise and rehab programs and competitive meets. What we found out is that by going over to Palm Desert, we can't even park sometimes because I don't know if you're aware, but all of Desert C.A.M and Coachella Valley schools, plus the Indio and the La Quinta private schools that have competitive swim teams, they all travel to Palm Desert for competition. So if we would just enhance this pool, and it's not included in what was projected to you in 2011, and put in a competitive pool, then you could actually have additional revenue coming in from there. And there's also a possibility that if you were doing that to work with the city of Indio and Coachella, then maybe they would have some funding that they could help put in so that this would all be in this area itself. And the next issue is staff training to bring the project to fruition. In October of 2015 in Scottsdale, the U.S. Swimming hosts an annual Build a Pool conference to help make a pool profitable and meet the needs of the citizens. I also looked at the option of funding because I was told that the city doesn't have any funding and there aren't any grants out there. I researched a large area. I have 5 different areas where you can you can apply for funding for this project. I won't go into those now, but I just think that if you would just move it in and put it up for consideration, that would be something that you could do as far as like helping us move this forward. I also had, when we went to the community services, we went in with 6 people and they were kind of shocked because I guess nobody had ever approached them before. I have a list of 33 people that were willing and interested in coming to present to you. Thank heavens it was a 5:30 meeting, and they would have sat here for a long time. My other person, we were told to bring 2 speakers. She had to leave because she's a teacher and she had to get ready for tomorrow. So here's my project. Here's my thing for you to consider, including all the different people. At 2:30 today, I had 1 call from 1 person on this to help that was interested in helping us with the grant funding. Another thing is that I'm surprised when you have your track for your BMA, because there's also a funding where you could do a pump and a BMA track combination. And so I just think that if you want to take this, be my guest.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, that would go to our city clerk. Thank you. And then, yes, would like to ask questions. Janelle?
Yes.
Please, we have questions for you.
Oh, sorry.
Very nice presentation.
Very nice presentation. What is your project?
Pardon?
I don't know what your project is.
I just want you to move it forward so that your team or your staff or maybe even a group of us could help you in trying to secure funding and help moving.
Okay, so it's not your project, it's ours.
It's yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm gathering that some of this is about water aerobics?
Yes.
Can you not do that now at the Fritz Burns?
We're doing it right now. We
Okay.
actually got it, so now we're doing it with an extended. We just started about a month and a half ago.
Okay.
We got an extension, and we're going to be doing it. We do it 4 times a week here, but then some of us go on Fridays still, and then we go over to, Friday and Saturday, we go to Palm Desert. But then I think I'm not sure, like in October, because your pool's not heated, we can't do it, so all those months, then we have to drive over there. And the thing is, it's like, not only is the parking a problem, but because we're not Palm Desert residents, we get charged a higher fee.
Sure you do.
And so
Okay.
if there was a joint thing until we could get something going here, that would be nice.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Danielle?
Actually, a question for staff. And I don't know about the Palm Desert Pool, whether that runs at a profit or runs at a deficit. I think it runs at a huge deficit. Yeah, and so they really do subsidize that pool as well. So even with all the use that they get, they're still not making enough money to maintain that.
But is there a reason that we couldn't just do like a heating element for this pool here so that we wouldn't have to be? I mean, why have us travel that distance when we could just maybe heat this pool here and use it more?
It's a cost factor.
We'll bring up Edie.
Yeah.
She's sitting behind you.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
thank you.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. We have been in conversation, and I've had some conversations with Janelle about this issue. One of the issues, this has been in your capital improvement program for several years now, and one of the reasons that it wasn't brought forward is because there's additional operating costs that go with this. And when we were going through the challenges that Frank spoke about tonight with the budget, it just wasn't the right time to be bringing it forward. So that's why it's in the plan. If you're doing these improvements that you have tonight, we have limited Quimby funds. We wouldn't have all the Quimby funds in place to do all the projects that we would outline, including the pool. We would be shy and have to go into unappropriated general funds to do those. And as you stated, there would be increased operating costs. Generally, what we have seen, and as a matter of fact, it occurs at Palm Desert Pool too, those numbers drop radically after school begins. They do try to promote and do a lot to get other swim teams in to try to offset some operating costs. We would have a hard time doing that. I've been managing park and recreation facilities a long time. I am not aware of very many 50-meter pools that are not subsidized. They can't charge enough to pay for those operating costs to heat and cool that much water. It's just, they're subsidized by most cities to be able to do that. And they heavily subsidize the Palm Desert facility to keep the fees reasonable for the users. So this project, as much as we would like to do this project, it doesn't call out for a 50-meter pool. It calls for extended services for increasing markets. It calls out for more shade. It calls out for some ADA improvements. It calls out for a spray pad to be able to do more things and to have more activity. We'd have to have some discussion about if you wanted a year-round operation. It's not just buying a heater and placing it there. There's operating costs, there'd be additional staffing costs to do it, and your numbers would not be tremendously large. It would just be a different discussion that we'd have to have about that. And we haven't worked those numbers for a year-round operation to know, but we would do that.
So looking at, yes, question, Councilor Payne.
Does Palm Desert operate their pool 12 months out of the year?
Yes, they do.
And they heat it during the winter? And
They heat it during the winter. Well, they don't heat all pools during the winter. They heat different pools at different temperatures based on the use. So the pools that are for lap swimming, the pools that are for competitive swimming are kept at a slightly lower temperature than some of the other pools. The other part of it is that some of the pools are closed and not available for use during certain times of the year and certain times of the day. They just can't afford to keep them open. And I know that. I took my grandkids there in April thinking that some of those pools would be open, and they were not closed, and that was a Saturday.
the same issue that Desert Hot Springs is having with their pool.
Right.
Correct.
So in terms of extending do we have a heater on it, or?
It doesn't have a heater. It
Oh,
was
we don't?
never intended to be a year-round pool. It was intended to primarily be, and I wasn't here when we built it, but I think it was intended to be just a general teaching pool, a pool that had some rentals, a pool that had swim lessons, a pool that had lap swimming. But it was really one of those, I'll call it basic 1980 pools without all the entertainment features that you see in some of the designs today. No zero depth entries, none of that.
Well, that is clearly, I mean, I ranked that on one of my lists because I like the concept of making it more interactive, having it be kid-friendly, having the
We'd
shade
love to do
features.
more.
It won't be Olympic size, but it's another gathering place for residents and their families and for visitors. So when you look at, do we just close on September 30th? If the weather was permitting and stayed warm through October, is that something where we could extend it until
We
it
do
gets
that.
too
As a matter
cold?
of fact, we try to keep the season extended for as long as the weather permits.
Okay.
But it really is only for certain programs because you don't see swimming lessons. Swimming lessons drops radically by
Sure.
by
But
August.
in terms of the water aerobic
Done.
club here.
Our water aerobics, you might be able to do it, but then we're bringing in the Y for that hour to teach. So that's what costs us more money, is you have to pay a minimum number of hours to get everything set up and ready to go, which we're happy to do, but to be able to do that year-round, it really gets costly.
Well, and I guess, thank you, Edie, very much. And Janelle, I guess we appreciate you coming forward, and we'll get to review your
Until 9 o'clock.
right, your project. I think given that we have a study out there on both the EIR for Village as well as our drainage storm flood study, I think we need to assess what that looks like in terms of prioritization before I'd be prepared to move it up. As much as I voted on the pool earlier, keeping it where it's at for now, as opposed to moving in, because we don't have near the funds to fund the projects that are before us. But not that if we get a windfall, that might be reprioritized.
Yeah, maybe some pressure.
Yeah, we definitely look at the grants, so grants are always, and staff's very aggressive on that. Okay, with that, any other comments? With that, we'll close the public hearing, and the matter is before the council.
I would like to make a motion, Madam Mayor, to approve a resolution for the city of the City Council of the City of La Quinta, California, approving the fiscal year 2015 to through 2016 through 2019, 2020 capital improvement program. And this is a resolution number 2015-026.
Second.
There's a motion and second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes our public hearings.
Ed, go home.
And we'll get back on the agenda in terms of reports and informational items. Councilmember Pena, anything to report?
We have a special dog. I'm on the campus meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
To discuss funding, so I will have to report.
You bet. Councilmember Osborne?
Just the Imperial Irrigation District, and we went over the public benefit fund. The new budget for the public benefit fund is now $7 million, and of which about 2/3 of those are spent down in Imperial Valley, and about 1/3 here in the Coachella Valley. But the energy savings programs is the opposite. About 2/3 of the funds for energy saving programs like air conditioning and things like that are here in the Coachella Valley, and about 1/3 down in Imperial Valley. But to say, I mean, like right now, IID will send a consultant out to your house, audit your air conditioning, check your ductwork, and if there's any problems, they fix it for free. So maybe we can put something in the gym regarding
As soon as I make
energy
my
audits by
payment.
IID, and they'll be glad. And shoot, hey, it's free, and they've got a $7 million budget to pay for it.
Wow.
And you don't have to be like low income or that's
No,
just.
not on this one, not on energy efficiency programs.
Wow.
Not including the discount
that.
programs that are out there also, they spend about $5 million.
Anything else? Mayor Pro Tem Franklin?
Yes, ma'am. Sunline has purchased 5 new Honda vehicles. They are support vehicles like vans and pickups and so forth. They also, Sunline has, over the past year, had some really good metrics in place for tracking lots of things, like on-time performance, on-time performances by routes, driver absences by cause, for saying early and late departures, the fleet age, paratransit, fueling stats, and so forth and so on, which they hadn't had in the past, and it just really helps in terms of their performance ratings by the drivers and all sorts of things. So it's really good, and they're moving forward. You can see the graphs how they're progressing. We approved close to $1 million in IT upgrades, and we also did budget review. They have a $41 million budget. They'll have $2.2 million overage of revenues over expenses this year, and they almost have to be spent. If not, they go back to RCTC into the account, and then you've got to prove that you need the funds to get them back out again. And that's very, for Lauren Skyver, their CEO, their general manager, she wants to change that. So we all said, good luck. I'm on an ad hoc committee to review, I think I told you this before, RFPs for legal counsel, and I'm also on their finance committee.
Great.
So, yeah. So their meetings start at 10, and I get home about 3. But they're good. Also, as far as the taxi goes, we had a couple of taxi cab drivers speak with respect to Uber, which is just killing them. And we're moving forward with legislative appeals to see if there's something we can do to regulate that industry a little bit. And for those of you who may want to ride in a Desert City cab, the exterior used to be green with black signage and is now white with green signage.
Well, look
I
for
just
that.
didn't want you to miss that cab. That's it.
We'll look for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chrissy. Councilmember Ratty?
Yes, what I have to report is a CVEP meeting I attended on behalf of the city of La Quinta. Councilmember Osborne was there as well. The major item was the amendment of the bylaws that was spearheaded by Gary Hunt.
My boss.
Yeah,
My other
Hunt. And he did a tremendous job. Everybody complimented. They were on the committee with him. It is down to 9 pages and really concise. And so I would be more than happy to make you a copy to see the good work that was done. One aspect on the presentation from regarding to marketing and economic development, what was said was interesting to me. It was like, well, we have looking to educate the region. In the past, we were really looking at creating and really showing all these opportunities within the region. And there was some discussion about how to address reaching out outside the region, that's what a regional entity should be doing, is not so much sell the region to the region, is sell the region to someone that doesn't know about it, right? So that was a little bit of interesting comment, and I don't know if Councilmember Osborne heard the same from Steve Bill. I was a little bit surprised to hear that, that kind of an admission. The other aspect is the budget, and their budget is, tremendously down from what it was, $1.3 million less than last year. So they are projecting to have revenue of $2.8 million and expenditure of $2.7 million. We approved the budget. However, with some of these projections here, for example, the city of La Quinta is stated here, as a pledge of $50,000, which apparently we're not doing based on tonight's conversation. So we're actually going to contribute $10,000. So I did, this number will have to change. I don't know if all the other organizations that are listed here at this level will come through. For example, I don't know, Vertec is here for $5,000, but you have organization like West Fargo in for $100,000. I'm not sure if this for sure money or just we may get it. What else was of importance? Well, they have it's obviously a very interesting presentation for people that join the HIAB, with some sort of product or ideas. The person that presented that day was from this concept called Restroom Made, and he guided us to go to the website, and I checked it out a little bit to see what it was all about. And very touchy story, inspired by his son, and obviously he's looking to take this concept and bring it to market to help someone with a disability at the restaurant. So this is the overall, I believe, more or less that's what the 2 points were, the bylaws.
Right.
We didn't have a quorum, by the way. People did not show up.
We were short a couple.
We were short two votes, but because those two, because two people that belong in the executive committee have already voted, I made a motion that we accept their vote because we have no indication that they would vote any other ways than what they already voted. So we went on with that, and we were able to conduct business as needed. And now the question is really, so we are settled for 10,000, and we are telling them that this is for education.
Yes.
Workforce excellence, right.
So-
La Quinta specific students.
Okay.
Okay, any other?
That will be it. That was the only meeting.
The only one I had was the CVAG Executive Committee, and that was last night. It was 4.5 hours. And basically, the key points were Jan Harnick, the chair of the Executive Committee, withdrew her nomination to remain CVAG's chair and go back to the prior practice and rotation. So the nominating committee will reconvene, and it'll be proposed that Stan Henry, who was vice chair, probably take over that role, and it goes back to the city order, which means CVAG executive chair won't be held by La Quinta for about 10 years, the way that the rotation is. But nonetheless, her reason for doing so is she felt that part of the dissension amongst the group, even though she was voted into that position twice, once unanimously at a meeting, and then when it was attempted to be rescinded at the following meeting, she won that again, that there was some insinuation that she was staying in that role because of her favoritism towards the CV Link project. So she wanted to remove herself from any conceptions of that, even though she is very much in support of the CV Link project, as many of us are.
So will she keep her seat or will go to the mayor then?
It will not go to Palm Desert at all.
No, I mean her seat, she's on the executive.
Palm Desert will remain, yeah, she will probably, that's up to Palm Desert on who's assuming that role. Right. It usually is.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not sure what will happen there with, the other telling point would be the group agreed not to slow down the progress of the CV Link project, as there are many questions, such as routes in specific cities that have impacted areas, budget, operating maintenance. I'm sure you read on the news, the other significant portion was that Golden Voice submitted just a letter of interest stating that they would like to consider discussions on their role in operating and maintaining the CV Link, as it's a great part of their overall investment in the Coachella Valley and looking at safe routes to the destination. Again, the Polo Grounds was an added spur that was approved at a previous meeting, just like our La Quinta High School piece. So they see the benefit from that, and so that we authorized Tom to move forward and start those discussions.
Can you share with me what the spur is? Is it just like CV Link, but it just comes down to certain areas of 30 feet wide?
No.
It could be,
No,
the spurs could be either dedicated, a Class A, or a Class B,
Right.
where we're gonna share.
Yeah.
them.
All right.
Yeah.
I think they're an opportunity to designate certain pathways, but then have it be a actual part of the CV Link as a connector route. Edie, again, represented La Quinta very well last night when they were talking about operating and maintenance costs, and giving a relative perspective on what the Bear Creek Trail runs us, and that's without landscaping, about $30,000 a year for that 2.7 mile beautiful, not surveillanced by police on an ongoing basis or rangers, but with the use of volunteers, just putting things in perspective. And it seems that Rancho Mirage and Indian Wells are pretty much the huge opponents of the CV Link. There were probably 200 plus people there with the room. They had an upstairs room, they had overflow, and several people spoke
That's so
either in
surprising about
favor.
Indian Wells. I mean, it'd be phenomenal where they want to put that retail along 111.
And the tennis garden.
111 and the
And the tennis garden.
It'd be a fantastic area, plus a tennis garden right across the street.
The tourism
I don't
industry
understand.
indicates that it's a huge advantage,
Yeah,
obviously,
it
for them,
is.
but we're not there yet, so we're going to continue to, we agree to have a committee formed that consists of, at the city manager's discretion, however many of his staff members he would like to have participate, so that everybody, 10, just bring them all. Everybody can get together and then bring that information back for a study session with the elected, so that we're all in a room, because apparently some people in the current committee structure, as information has been provided along the way, haven't seemed to be able to communicate to the rest of their councils on the status and progress, so everybody's got to get in the room together so we're all hearing the same message. So, yeah.
I think, honestly, if I may, I think that once the operating budgets are more realistic or set out, so we know, because we are spending taxpayer money to keep this up, and I think, once we know what those are, and we can budget for those, then I think
It'll move
a lot
forward.
of naysayers, yes, will jump on board.
Speaking of the funding, the other thing was we did receive a legal opinion from BB&K, RCTC's legal entity, that Measure A funds can be used. Again, to what extent and how we reprioritize that has yet to be determined. So it was a long meeting. It was a tenuous meeting at times, but a necessary meeting. We did have representation from our Quinta residents, mostly against the project, from an Agenda 21 standpoint.
Oh, really?
So, yes.
Agenda?
Yes, but more or less, I think that people see the health benefit, they see the tourism attraction, they see that this is a one-time use of this money. There was a proposal at one point by a certain mayor of a certain city that's in the middle of our valley that says, let's just take the use of NEVs completely out of this. So the whole purpose of getting the funding from the power plant was to do the NEV, the electric vehicle, and reduce pollution, and that was the reason why we're getting the money. So if you remove the golf cart NEV access, it kills the deal. So and none of that, but it wouldn't even happen. So Supervisor Benoit was vocal and questioning the validity of the alleged support based on the intense opposition on every idea that was presented, but nonetheless, we're moving forward. So, anything to add, Frank, since you stuck it out with me for, Edie was there as well? No? Okay. Memorable.
Opposite.
Right. Okay. All right. With that, departmental reports, any other things to add? City manager, city attorney, city clerk?
Nothing additional.
Okay. Community services, we have that for our reference. Mayor and council member items. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, let me see. The Economic Development Subcommittee did a tour of the resort with Paul Chaparral, is that his name?
Paul Charette.
Charette, sorry. And it was interesting. He did not pull any punches. He was very honest with us, and I like that. He did mention that a lot of the folks that come there to stay are really interested in hiking, which we've already seen that tonight. But he said that the hiking trails are not well marked, that he has a lot of complaints from people outside of the city that don't do it that often, and they kind of, like some of the trails, I guess, go off where people have created another trail. And, yeah. So I thought that was interesting.
Good thing that's
I had thought that he had a shuttle, that they had a shuttle from the resort to Old Town, and they do.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
huge,
yeah. And so the basic message that he gave us was, do what you do well, keep doing it, chill. Was that one?
Well,
Just
chill is
chill.
the CVB summer campaign, just chill.
Yeah, just chill. And what was the other, it was something, the core.
Did he wear his red pants?
No, okay. What was the other message he gave us? Robert went.
He talked about vitality. He talked about La Quinta being the Palm Beach of the West Coast, which
Yeah.
I like that
Yeah, I like
very much. You know, the area to tranquility and chill, and he's very happy with that connotation of the city.
They are doing a special right now. If you book within the next 2 weeks, all the way into September, the rooms are $99. So
See, that should be on our
summer
event
chill
calendar.
program.
That should be on our
Blast.
event calendar.
He
Yeah.
talk about promoting cycling and getting people in during the shoulder months. And then the other aspect, I don't know, don't think he's looking at having an art studio
Yes.
at the resort.
Cool.
And I'm gonna broker an appointment with him and Christie, or at least get Christie moving in that direction, because he
Great.
definitely wants to do that.
Well, and with the recent adoption of the
Yeah.
New
Yeah.
California Desert Arts Coalition.
Excuse me.
So, yeah, it says, so arts and food, biking and hiking paths, those are our components that we need to leverage.
Health and wellness. Okay.
That's right. And then we did a walking tour.
Mm-hmm.
And we looked at 3 different types of
Of room
rentals.
models?
Yeah, the casitas, and some was just, I felt like a rat in a maze, because he was all over this, but he knew exactly where he was going. But it was good. I thought it was very great, very helpful.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else on mayor and council member?
Just a question, Lieutenant Walton. I know we got a letter from Meg, I think we all got a letter from Meg.
Yes, yes, regarding the homeless that was out there.
Yeah, and how that issue has been dealt with, evidently it's been taken care of, I think.
I'm-
Homeless issue up in
The squatters in the
hills up here,
mountains.
The squatters in the mountains.
Well,
There's homeless population out there.
Well, Anthony Moreno from Code Enforcement was able to go over and link with one of our patrol officers, and they went over and they contacted the people that were camped out in that location. And one of them was actually the gentleman in the lawn chair that we were familiar with at the La Quinta Park.
really?
Yeah, so as you know, he's been displaced, and I guess we're moving him further into the mountainside or something of that nature to try to get away from accountability at the parks and things like that. So, but really the patrol officers are paying closer attention to that, hillside area. And then we're also in contact with the Bureau of Land Management and trying to get them to assist us with some of the access into those areas, because as you can imagine, it's a little difficult to get. We want to make sure we're looking at all the nooks and crannies.
Right. And along with that, I guess there's been a bill proposed that if you live in your car, you're not to be disturbed.
Well, there's cars are transient obviously by nature, and there's a lot of case law supported all the way up through the Supreme Court that says that officers have some unique discretion in searches and contact of people because of the mobility of that vehicle. So I don't think it's going to, any new bills that are proposed are going to diminish our authority or ability to still ferret out criminal activity, because that car can be gone. So those would still stay in play. I don't know if that.
Somebody's living in their car on the street.
Yeah.
That could pose issues as well, too.
Oh, absolutely.
If you own a car, you can't be homeless.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Limits funding.
Well, our experience has indicated that sometimes when you struggle in some parts, such as residences and things like that, you also struggle in maintaining other aspects of the car, which are required to be on public streets. You got to pay a registration. It's got to still be insured. You can't just simply, knock the wheels off a car and stay on the side of the road.
Thanks.
Anybody else? I just have a couple things. Congratulations to the chamber. We've been to a number of ribbon cutting events lately with the new businesses, mostly all the eateries and such. I think Ocean Grill is this Friday.
So they're doing a good job, well-attended mixer as well as we go into the summer months, so that's good. And then many of us will be at the La Quinta High School graduation ceremony this
Yes,
Thursday. So look forward to celebrating our students and their achievements. So with that, I will move adjournment. Oh, not quite? Oh, wait, we can adjourn. No, we can't adjourn. We're gonna recess the
You could recess if
city
you'd
council
like to go
meeting
back into.
and reconvene.
Session at 9 o'clock, do we? We can put it on to our next meeting's agenda?
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
Well, your contract is up.
Right.
Right, but I consulted with the city attorney, and unless you want to fire me tonight, we'll come back tomorrow.
Good, appreciate that.
We'd have to agendize that, wouldn't we?
Actually, yes.
Yes. That's why you gotta.
Yes, there is a process if that would happen.
So are we saying that,
You don't have to go back into closed session if you don't want. It was
Okay,
just, it was
so-
still on the agenda.
all right.
I mean, we shouldn't break tradition, you always pass.
Push this to the next meeting.
All right, so we'll move that to give Frank his due time, which would mean we have closed session.
Yes.
And now I will call for adjournment. Motion to adjourn?
Second?
There's a motion and a second to adjourn, tabling the evaluation of our city manager to the next, not tabling. It'll be on the agenda.
And it'll be on the agenda
Please
again.
vote.
Did you get them all?
Motion passes unanimously and the meeting is adjourned.